Cardamom, known as the Queen of Spices, is native to southern India, a central location in the history of international trade.
In the year 1498, Vasco da Gama set his foot on the Malabar coast in search of spices. I think that was the point in history wherein India as a landmass got connected to the globe in terms of trade.
India has held the chair of the Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs since its formation in 2013. And in February 2024, the committee agreed to forward for adoption a proposed standard for spices derived from dried or dehydrated fruits and berries, small cardamom, to the 47th meeting of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. The new Codex standard will facilitate the fair trade of cardamom by establishing proper criteria for quality control. In India, training in standards is being carried out by the India Spices Board and the Indian Spice Exporters Forum.
We are using the farmer producer organizations called FPOs as a vehicle to convey this message about what is required by buyers, what is required in the market to the farmers.
These farmers have received training and follow good agricultural practices.
അതുപോലെ പിന്നെ ഇതിൻ്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റി മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നതിനെ പറ്റിയുള്ള ട്രെയിനിങ്, അതുകൊണ്ട് വിളപരിപാലനം, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ കെമിക്കൽ എങ്ങനെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യണം, എപ്പോൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യണം, അപ്പോൾ ഈ വിധത്തിലൊക്കെ ഉള്ള ഒരു നല്ല ട്രെയിനിങ് പരിപാടിയാണ് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഇപ്പം ഇത് ഞങ്ങളും അതുപോലെ നമ്മുടെ അടുത്ത് വരുന്ന കർഷകർക്ക് ഈ രീതിയിലുള്ള ബോധവൽക്കരണം കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു നല്ല പരിപാടി ചെയ്യണമെന്നുള്ള ആഗ്രഹമാണ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇരിക്കുന്നത്.
This cardamom dryer facility is owned by the Farmer Producer Organization, for which they have also had training in good hygiene practices.
അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇപ്പം ഇവിടുത്തെ ഈ പ്രോസസ്സിങ്ങിനെ പറ്റി പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ഇപ്പം കർഷകരിൽ നിന്ന് കായ എടുത്ത് അത് നല്ലതായിട്ട് വാഷ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് പിന്നെ ഡ്രയറിൽ ഉണങ്ങുകയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഓരോ പ്രോസസ്സിങ്ങിലും നമ്മൾ വളരെ ഹൈജീനിക്കായിട്ടാണ് ഇത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ പിന്നെ ഗ്ലൗസ് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, മാസ്ക് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, പിന്നെ ഹെഡ് കവറിങ് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. വളരെ നീറ്റായിട്ടും വളരെ ഹൈജീനിക്കായിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ പ്രോസസ്സിങ് നടത്തുന്നത്.
The village of Pampupara in Idukki district is home to a busy cardamom grading facility, which has also benefited from training.
ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരു ദിവസം ഏകദേശം 9 ടണ്ണോളം ഇവിടെ ഗ്രേഡ് ചെയ്യാറുണ്ട്. അതിലൊരു 4000 കിലോയോളം എക്സ്പോർട്ടിങ്ങിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യത്തിനായിട്ടാണ് മാറ്റാറുള്ളത്. പിന്നെ മാക്സിമം നല്ല ഹൈജീനിക്കായിട്ട് തന്നെയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. തൊഴിലാളികളെല്ലാവരും ക്യാപ്പ്, മാസ്ക്, കാലിലോറ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള
Welcome to the 55th session of the Codex Committee on Food Hygiene in Nashville, Tennessee. To make this session of the committee run smoothly, we have the following recommendations. Badges. Delegates are requested to kindly wear their name badges during CCFH55. This includes at plenary, side events, and breaks. Interpretation. Simultaneous interpretation in English, French, and Spanish will be available throughout the meeting. Please make sure to listen to the language in which you will speak, English, French, or Spanish, as this will facilitate interpretation. Interpretation sets. Please ensure that your receivers are powered on, facing up, and away from your mobile devices. This will optimize the audio and reduce interference. Interventions. As this is a hybrid meeting of the CCFH, the chair will recognize the heads of delegation from members and observers present in the plenary room and on the Zoom when making interventions. Interventions will be taken in order of requests. Members will be given the floor first, followed by observers. For delegates following on Zoom, please use the raise hand function to indicate your request to intervene. how to microphones. When you would like to speak, push the Request to Talk button on your microphone. Your microphone will light up green and your delegation will be added to the intervention queue. When it is your turn to speak, the chairperson will recognize your delegation and your microphone will light up red. When you have completed your remarks, the chairperson will deactivate your microphone. Intervention tips. Keep your microphone on mute until the chair recognizes you. Please keep your interventions to 2 minutes maximum. And most importantly, speak slowly. Working documents. All working documents and reports for the meeting may be found on the CCFH55 meeting page on the Codex website. This includes all the agenda item papers as well as any conference room documents, CRDs, that may be issued. We encourage you to check the website often throughout the week to stay up to date on any new documents that may be issued. The session will begin shortly. Once again, thank you for joining us at CCFH 55. Daily housekeeping announcements. Welcome to the 55th session.
Please take your seat. Our program will now begin. Veuillez prendre place. La séance va maintenant commencer. Por favor, tomen asiento. Comenzaremos con nuestro programa ahora.
Good morning, delegates. You're all looking energized following the reception last night. Let's bring some of that energy into our next agenda item. We will take on agenda item 5, the Annex 2 on fish and fishery products, and the Annex 4 on water fit for purpose assessment, safety management, and technologies for recovery and treatment of water for reuse, of the guidelines for the safe use and reuse of water in food production and processing. That is CXG 100-2023. The relevant documents for this item are CX/FH 25/55/5, CX/FH 25/55/5 addendum 1, CRD2, CRDs 10, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 24, and 25. Please note we will use CRD2 as the basis for our review today. I would like to first thank the EU, Honduras, Morocco, and IDF for their significant work chairing the PWG and the diligence in considering and incorporating many comments over the course of this work. I'd like to remind the committee that we received an extension from CCXEC to finalize this work at CCFH55. So, without further ado, I invite the EU as chair of the EWG and the PWG to provide their report to the plenary. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. So I would like to give a brief overview of the history of this work, the outcome of the last electronic working meeting, recommendations that we made in the report for this meeting, and shortly the outcome of the physical working group meeting we had on Sunday. Next. So with regard to a brief history, we had a lot of help from JAMRA with 4 reports, 4 microbial risk assessment series, 33, 37, 40, and 41. The first one was more general on use in food production and processing for different for different issues, and then we had three food commodity specific ones. One's on fresh produce, fresh fruit and vegetables, one on dairy products, and one on fish and fishery products. In 2019, at CCFH51, we agreed to start this work on the safe use and reuse of water in food production, and we agreed to have a step-by-step approach so that we did not develop all the annexes at the same time. We agreed at that moment that it would be on fresh produce, fishery products, and dairy products. In future, of course, these annexes can be extended by other food commodities. In 2022, at CCFH 53, there was already agreement on the general section and its Annex 1 on fresh produce. It has been adopted by CAC 46 and has been published as CRG 100 2023. And for the other two annexes, it was agreed to continue the work. Next. In the last meeting, the previous meeting in 2024, there was agreement on Annex 3. That was called in the meantime milk and milk products. And that has been adopted and added to CXG 100 2023. At that moment, a new electronic working group meeting was established, chaired by the EU and co-chaired by Honduras, India, Mauritania, Morocco, and the International Dairy Federation. So we revised Annex 2, we revised also Annex 4. Annex 4 was in fact the result of the discussion we had in 2024 on Annex 3, where we realized that a lot of the recommendations in this annex on milk were in fact relevant for the other annexes, so we extracted them and we have put them in a separate horizontal Annex 4. They concern water fit for purpose assessment, safety management, and technologies for recovery and treatment of water for reuse. Since we had proposed this Annex 4, we also looked at the need to make cross-references in the already adopted general section and other annexes to this Annex 4. And there was also a call for possible additional examples in the existing annexes. Next. The electronic work group meeting, there were 34 members, the EU as a member organization, and 8 observers. We managed to organize 2 rounds of consultations. Most of the comments were on Annex 2, the fish and fishery products, and there were also a few comments on Annex 4. Then in the electronic working group meeting, we have made a proposal for the cross-references to Annex 4 in the general section and in the other annexes. And during this electronic working group meeting, no examples of use of technology has been provided. Next. So when we drafted the report of this electronic working group meeting, we invited CCFH53 to consider the changes in Annex 2 on fish and fishery products. And there were 3 specific questions, whether or not we should keep the paragraph 11. There were 2 options for section 4, and there were 2 options for figure 4. We asked, of course, also again comments on Annex 4. We showed or we presented our proposal for the cross-references to Annex 4, which were in the general section and in the annexes 1 and 3. So they were also, of course, in Annex 2, but that was part of the first bullet. And we proposed also not to include additional samples since we did not get any example. Next. Then the physical working group meeting, as mentioned by the chair, the full report is available as CRD 2. The key points in both annexes were discussed. We presented an in-depth water fit for purpose assessment to differentiate mainly from according to the source of the water. And we had the impression that that was well received. So a number of adaptations has been made in the text in line with this approach. It was agreed to keep paragraph 11 of Annex 2, but it was moved to the introduction. And of course, there were a number of comments and a number of changes that has been made. The reason to move to Annex 2, to move to the introduction, is that paragraph 11 is part of the definition, and this is not really a definition, it's more a kind of, it belongs more better to the introduction. Therefore, this movement was made. Option 1 was selected from section 6, which is the most descriptive version. And also, of course, some changes were made, but there was general agreement to further work on this version of section 6. The meanings with regard to the two options in figure 4 were quite different, so we did not reach a consensus on that. We said we could, as a basis, as a starting point for discussion, we will present the second option, but this was not a general agreement of the physical working group meeting on that. And then with regard to Annex 4, there was a new version of Figure 2 on which there was agreement in the physical working group meeting. Next. Apart from these key points, we went through the annexes quite horizontally, trying to focus on a number of additional issues. I have mentioned some of them with regard to Annex 2 without being complete. So Figure 2 was agreed on. Figure 3 was agreed on after modification, especially as regard closed aquaculture systems. In Figure 5, the main adaptation was the inclusion of the in-depth approach, and there was also a change of a footnote. And it was also agreed to delete certain paragraphs in section 9.1, which is on good hygiene practices, because they were not relevant for the safety of water, or because there were duplications. Next. In Annex 4, Figure 2 was confirmed, and a table 2, was moved from section 6 to section 5, since it was more related to water fit for purpose assessment, which is exactly section 5. And because it was now moved before the previous table 1, it was called table 1, and table 1 became table 2. So all the reports, as already said, can be seen in CRD2, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, EU. I propose we go straight into the text and review them with a view towards advancing them to final adoption. We'll first pull up the Annex 2 on fish and fishery products and begin reviewing paragraph by paragraph. Okay, so we're going to begin with paragraph 1. That's the introduction. If there are no objections with the track changes, we move to paragraph 2. So we can do paragraphs 2, 3, and 4. We continue with paragraphs 5 and that's it, 6. The first part of 6 until where we have the, oh, we can do, let's do 5, please. And if no objection, we move to paragraph 6. Thank you. United States.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. On the last sentence in paragraph 6, it reads, water of other quality can become fit for purpose for specific usage following an in-depth water fit for purpose assessment. We would like to add at the end, and application of control measures as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Any other comments on 6? Seeing no flags raised, and if no objection with the addition, I'll propose we continue. So we'll go to paragraph 7 and 8. Seeing no flags, we continue. So we're looking at the bullets on the paragraph 8. Poland, please. Poland, do you have your flag up? Okay, thank you. So we will continue. So we look at paragraphs 9 and 10 up to where we have open aquaculture production system. Seeing no flags raised, we will continue. So we are reviewing from evisceration to undercooked fishery products. I see no flags, we will continue. Morocco. So we'll continue on the cooked fishery products. So the next section. So we are on paragraph 11. That's water source. Morocco.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Morocco proposes to replace in that list potable water, replace potable with drink, because we're listing sources and not water quality. So the interpreter assumes that the Moroccan delegation wishes to make it water for drinking.
So Morocco, does the yes, your comment? Thank you. Are there any objections to this change? Seeing none, we will continue. So we'll look at paragraphs 12 and 13. Seeing no flags raised, we will continue. Oh, I'm sorry, Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. In para 12, Morocco proposes to redraft this, rephrase it to distinguish between the assessment, the in-depth assessment of fitness for purpose of water and other assessments. So the paragraph that we propose would be as follows. Water used in the production and processing of fish and fishery products should be subject to an in-depth risk assessment for fitness for purpose. And then keep going. That covers the entire water system from the source or catchment area, treatment, storage. And so no change for the rest. And then at the end, we'd add a simple identification of the water source associated to tracking of the microbiological quality for clean water and potable water is sufficient. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to check that we've captured the intervention of Morocco correctly. So I'll read out the first sentence as it would read now. Water used in the production and processing of fish and fishery products should be subject to an in-depth risk assessment for fitness for purpose, covering the whole water system from source or catchment area, etc. So I think if we could get confirmation if that's the proposed change for the first sentence, and then we need to rehear any other proposed changes, please. Thank you.
Morocco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's a reflection of our idea. And the second part was that whilst a simple identification of the water source associated with the tracking of the microbiological quality of clean water and potable water is sufficient.
So, Morocco, can you tell us where exactly you're adding that, you want that last text to be added?
In paragraph 12, before the last sentence, so insert that before water use should be part of. So you insert that section here.
Thank you, Morocco. Could you please read that sentence one more time again and slowly so we can capture it? Thank you.
Whilst a simple identification of the water source associated or linked to an analysis of its microbiological quality for use of clean water and potable water is sufficient. And the delegate from Morocco wanted to link it with a whereas or whilst at the beginning of the sentence.
Oh. So, okay, thank you very much, Morocco. So I will read out the text now again as it's been revised. Water used in the production and processing of fish and fishery products should be subject to an in-depth risk assessment for fitness for purpose, covering the whole water system from the source or catchment area, treatment and storage, distribution, and up to the point of use, open brackets, from source to tap, close brackets. While a simple identification of the water source linked to an analysis of its microbiological quality is sufficient for use of clean water and potable water.
So, Morocco, does that capture your edits? Okay. EU?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I can agree with the insertions proposed by Morocco, I would like to be a little bit more consistent in the wording. So the first sentence, I would proposed to read that water use in the production and processing of fish and fishy products should be subject to an in-depth water fit for purpose assessment. Yes, and then you can delete until covering the whole water.
Thank you, EU. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the last sentence of paragraph 12, we would like a minor modification. Instead of prerequisite hygiene program, we would like to get it changed to prerequisite program, because prerequisite hygiene program is not there defined.
Thank you, India.
Congratulations. Sorry.
New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. We believe that the changes to this paragraph are already covered in paragraph 6 in quite some detail, and therefore would actually prefer the original as it stood prior to these modifications. Over.
Thank you, New Zealand. So thank you, New Zealand. I note your comment. Brett, I would like to get a general support on how paragraph 12 reads now from the delegates. Seeing no flags raised, I take that as agreement, and we'll continue to paragraph 13. So we will look at paragraphs 13 and 14. EU.
Just because this is the final reading, in 12, I think there is a typo. It should be linked to an analysis of its microbiological quality instead of if, instead of if. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. Moving on, we will go to paragraph 15. So we're looking at the bullets on the paragraph 15. And we will continue. So we're looking at the last 5 bullets on the paragraph 15. Let's continue to paragraph 16. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everybody. So since we take the floor for the first time this morning, we just would like to say thank you to the United States of America for hosting such a fabulous reception last night. We enjoyed the food and the music and the convivial conversation with the CCFH colleagues. So thank you again. And I'm coming back to the business. Our comment is on the paragraph B, clean water. And then in the third bullet point, in the examples, artificial seawater is newly added as an example. And also there is a footnote, but it doesn't say anything about source water of the artificial seawater. So we would like to ask for further clarification through you, Madam Chair, what is meant by artificial seawater and what the artificial seawater is made of. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So thank you, Japan. I will refer you to the footnote, but I'll also ask the EU as chair to respond to your comment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we have tried to describe it, what we mean in the footnote as you see on the screen. But this is just an example. If this is considered as insufficient clear, it still can be deleted. It's just one of the examples.
Thank you, EU. So Japan, as the EU mentioned, we can delete that footnote or the example.
Yes, Madam Chair, we are okay with deletion.
Thank you, Japan. So is that okay as presented, deleting artificial seawater and also footnote 4? Seeing no flags raised, we will continue. EU, I'm sorry.
Yes, in this case, I suggest to say example includes offshore seawater and deep groundwater.
Thank you, EU. Ghana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to emphasize that on paragraph 16, just a little bit of grammatical error on line 2. Supposed to read as well as the diversity of water. If you go up to line 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Morocco.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Under C, we would like to suggest other fit-for-purpose water instead of other sources of water. And in the first point, we could say other types of water can be used, but only after other types of water can be used, but only after the interpreter would be grateful if the delegate from Morocco would repeat her last suggestion. Thank you.
So, EU, I'm going to defer to
This wording, see other fit for purpose water or other source of water, was subject to frequent changes during the electronic working group meeting. I think we are talking here about categories of water. We have potable water, clean water, and then in my feeling, other sources of water makes more sense, but it is, for me, it's not essential if the meeting prefers other fit-for-purpose water.
Thank you, EU. Are there any other comments on this change? FAO, please.
Morocco, can you confirm in the first bullet point, did you mean other sources of water or other types of water, actually? Maybe it just got changed.
Autre source d'eau. Merci.
We want other sources of water. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. So, Morocco, will you be okay if we have C as other sources of water, since the bullet starts with other sources?
On préfère.
We prefer things as are on screen if the room is agreeable.
Thank you, Morocco. Island.
Thank you, Chair. We suggest two changes here. In the first line, it should be in-depth, fit-for-purpose water assessment. And in the second line, specify what use it is suitable for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ireland. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. India would prefer the title of point C to be other sources of water. As it is confusing, we are mentioning fit for purpose assessment in the text of heading C, and other sources of water is in line with other A and B points, which is clean water and potable water. So we would prefer other sources of water. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. And, oh, sorry, Madam Chair. Yes, our intervention is on the topic number C, to remove the word other and just call it fit for purpose water, because other, the word other is explained as we begin the sentence. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. My understanding is that other is to differentiate the other two, A and B, but I'll turn to the EU as chair to speak to that.
Yes, Madam Chair, you're correct.
Thank you, EU. US. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the context of paragraph 16, we believe that the header for C should be other sources of water as proposed in the CRD.
Thank you, United States. Okay, so since we seem to be in an impasse, I'll turn to FAO. Hopefully they have a solution for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From the general perspective, we have fit-for-purpose concept, which includes the potable water, clean water, and other source of water. So here, the best solution from the general perspective could be other source of water. Over. Thank you.
Thank you, FAO. So I think we have broad support for other sources of water, so we're going to go with that. Thank you. So we will continue to paragraph 17. Seeing no flags raised, we will continue to paragraph 18 and the first 3 bullets of paragraph 19. So that's all for paragraph 19. They're just 3 bullets. Morocco.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. In para 19, we would like to suggest, in order to be consistent with the new approach of in-depth evaluation assessment, we suggest the food business operators should take into account the following when carrying out an in-depth assessment of water quality. Thank you.
So Morocco, in-depth is already added in the first bullet, but I'm going to defer to the EU to comment on that.
Yeah, I would also prefer to keep the paragraph as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. Any other comments? Morocco?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We support your proposal as well as the European Union's proposal to keep the para 19 as written, adding the term in-depth in the 3rd bullet point.
Thank you, Morocco. Canada?
Good morning, everyone. There was an intervention earlier from Ireland, paragraph 16, where they changed in-depth, fit-for-purpose water assessment. So this will have to be changed if accepted in all the documents. So like in paragraph 19, the first bullet, you have in-depth water fit-for-purpose assessment. And in paragraph 16, we said in-depth fit-for-purpose water assessment. This was changed. And this will have to be changed in multiple places in the document. Yeah, the C here, you see in-depth fit-for-purpose water assessment.
Thank you, Canada. So we understand from GEMRA that is water fit for purpose assessment. So we're going to fix that. FAO. So is everyone okay with the edits? So that will be paragraph 19, the third bullet, and the addition of an in-depth. EU?
Honestly, I'm not so keen on adding in-depth in the third bullet point because we talk here about all possible sources of water. So also, for example, in the case of seawater or clean seawater, you should take into account specific hazard, specific waterborne hazard by looking at the source and microbial testing. But I think it's better to keep it general and not include the word in-depth.
Thank you, EU. So with the explanation from the EU, do we agree to remove an in-depth and just have a water fit for purpose assessment, etc.? Thank you. Seeing no objection, we will continue to paragraph 20. So we are looking at paragraphs 20, 21, and 22. I see no flags. We will continue. So we're looking at paragraphs 23, 24, and 25. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. To paragraph 25, acknowledging that there is a difference in the term offshore and coastal, we would propose to add the word "and coastal" after the word offshore, so that the first sentence reads, seawater used on fishing vessels should be taken from offshore or coastal areas that are sufficiently distant, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. If there are no objections, we will move on to paragraph 26. Seeing no flags, we will continue. Paragraph 27. Seeing no flags raised, we will continue. So we will go to paragraphs 28 and 29 under water intended for reuse. Seeing no flags, we will continue. We'll look at figure 1. Seeing no flags, we will look at paragraph 30. Kenya?
Thank you, Chair. I think mine is a general question as to why in some paragraphs we are leaving out in-depth risk assessment and fit for purpose assessment for fit for purpose, and in other paragraphs we are putting. I think I missed out on that one. Just a general question.
Thank you, Kenya. I'm going to defer to EU as the chair of the EWG and PWG on why there's in-depth in some paragraphs and not in others. Thank you.
Thank you. All sources of water are subject to a fit-for-purpose assessment, but we have differentiated between potable water, clean water, and other water sources, as in paragraph 16. And if there are other sources, so not potable water, not clean water, then we refer to an in-depth fit-for-purpose assessment. I think this is explained in paragraph 16.
Thank you, EU. So moving on, we'll look at paragraphs 31 and 32. New Zealand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to suggest some alternative text for paragraph 32. If we could put a full stop at the end of scenario and add the following text. For example, comma, if potable water, comma, clean offshore seawater, open bracket, known to be free of risk of coastal or other contamination, close bracket, comma, or deep groundwater are used, comma, these types of water are fit for purpose for almost all uses, so do not require an in-depth assessment. Stop.
Can you repeat again, New Zealand, and slowly, please? Thank you.
Just where inside the bracket you've got that known to be free. Where are we? Free of coastal. That's correct, and we've got this type of water fit for purpose. For almost all uses, so do not require an in-depth assessment. Now we're offering to delete everything from there down 3 lines, and to the end of that line could be deleted. And then we can carry on for other water and just make it an in-depth water rather than the. Over.
Thank you, New Zealand. So looking at paragraph 32, I'm going to read that so we ensure the edits are captured and it's acceptable to all. It is important to note that the complexity of the water fit for purpose assessment required will depend on the situation and level of general understanding of the risk associated with a particular scenario. For example, if potable water, clean offshore seawater, brackets known to be free of coastal or other contamination, close bracket, or deep groundwater are used, these types of water are fit for purpose for almost all uses and do not require an in-depth assessment. Seeing no flags raised. Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. We support New Zealand's proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. So we will continue to paragraph 33. ICMSF.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Apologies for taking you back to paragraph 30. In paragraph 30, it states that all reuse of water should be covered in the hygiene program and HACCP program when applicable. I think it needs to be clearer and state that all reuse of water in the production and processing of fish and fishery products that could come in direct or indirect contact with the food should be part of the prerequisite program and HACCP program when applicable. Because only if there is direct or indirect contact, there is a food safety risk. Thank you.
Thank you, ICMSF. Did we capture it accurately, ICMSF?
Yes, thank you.
So if there are no objections, we will continue. So we're looking at paragraph 33. Moving on to paragraph 34. We will continue. Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. We are just wondering about this last bullet. Why was it deleted? We believe it provides necessary additional information to help understand the whole process. We are talking about other water sources that do require a risk assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. I'm going to defer to EU to clarify.
Thank you. I think it was deleted because it did not fit under the introductory sentence which refers to general recommendation on minimum microbiological quality. And in addition, I think if we already encountered, it repeats several times the same principle that we have elsewhere in the text. So it's quite repetitive and not necessarily.
Thank you, EU. ICMSF.
Apologies, I left the mic open, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So we will continue to paragraph 35 and 36. Seeing no flags, we will continue to paragraph 37. No flags, we will go to paragraphs 38, 39, and 40. Seeing no flags, we will go to paragraph 41. Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. Just to have the same approach, we are talking about an in-depth risk assessment. Therefore, as it relates to risk assessments, we would like to add the adjective in-depth. Thank you.
So, Morocco, where do you want in-depth to be added?
Donc, au milieu du paragraphe.
It would be in the middle of paragraph 41. Figure 2 provides an example of a DT for examining the risk associated with the use of water, particularly when a fit-for-purpose assessment on water is warranted in that sentence.
EU.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We tend to disagree with this insertion because figure 2 is general. It also applies for seawater, for example. So I think we should not limit it here to in-depth water. An in-depth fit-for-purpose water assessment, because then you give the impression that you exclude this figure, for example, to assess your seawater.
Thank you, EU. So to be consistent with the last edits we made and decision we took, we will delete that. Uruguay.
Sí, gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
in the beginning of paragraph number 41. There is a mistake. We understand here where it's highlighted, it says it will is impossible. It will is impossible. There is a mistake there, the beginning of that sentence, which has been highlighted in yellow. Thank you.
Thank you, Uruguay. Morocco.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. We are okay with deleting the term in depth, and we support Uruguay's proposal for the part that is in yellow. It says it should be sometimes it will be difficult to guarantee instead of impossible, so it's not a general statement.
Thank you, Morocco. We will make the change to it may. New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. Look, sort of in considering the conversation we've just had and agreeing with what the EU has specified about not having in-depth early in that paragraph and how that carries into figure 2, when we get in figure 2 down into question 6, we've sort of done the fit for purpose, the simple fit for purpose assessments. Is it potable? Are there national regulations? But then we ask, do you have the capacity to perform a water fit for purpose assessment? And we just ask the EU whether they think in that point it should ask for an in-depth water assessment. We're agnostic either way, but just ask that question. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. EU.
Yes, I think in this case that the intervention of New Zealand makes sense. Thank you.
So thank you, EU. New Zealand, can you please remind us what we're changing?
Yes, thank you. So in figure 2 itself, the box that starts with Q6, question 6, if you want to expand that so people can see, there we go. So the one that starts with Q6, to perform an in-depth water fit for purpose assessment.
So thank you, New Zealand. We can edit that on screen now, but we've taken note and we will make the change. Thank you.
Yes, and it probably also needs to be the 2 boxes out to the right of that, which are consequential. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. Noted. Okay, so if we're good with paragraph 41, we will continue. And we've noted the edits for figure 2. ICMSF.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In paragraph 41, can we also clarify what we mean with when not possible to guarantee that the fish will be cooked, that this is about being adequately cooked or fully cooked? Otherwise, also undercooking could be cooked. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ICMSF. Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. In the same line of thought as proposed by ICMSF, we propose to eliminate the yellow highlight here and keep the sentence more legible and more consistent.
EU.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to prefer to keep the paragraph as it is. With regard to the comment on undercooked, eaten raw or undercooked, it is terminology used in general report and so on. So we already discussed that also in the physical working group meeting. We would like to stick to this terminology to remain consistent. And we would like to keep this sentence because the issue whether the consumer may eat the food raw or undercooked is an important issue in this whole guidance document. So then it is important to draw also the attention to the producers and the processors that they have to take that into account. Otherwise, they may simply say, I don't know how it will be consumed, so I don't care. So I think there is a message here that should be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. So I note that we do use undercooked in other texts. So ICMSF, if we add eaten raw or partially cooked or undercooked, will that address your comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not really. I think my suggestion would be to add adequately cooked, so the word adequately before cooked in the sentence after the yellow highlighted sentence, to really make the difference between adequately cooked and undercooked. Thank you.
Thank you, ICMSF. So thank you, everyone. We're going to take a break now, and we should be back at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Please take your seats. Our program will now resume. Veuillez prendre place. La séance reprend maintenant. Por favor, tomen asiento. Reanudaremos nuestro programa ahora.
Thank you, everyone. So before we continue,
Gracias. Antes de proseguir, quisiera ofrecer la palabra a la Secretaría del CCFH para algunos anuncios de intendencia.
Dee, sorry about that. How about now? Still a little too loud? Okay, maybe I put it a little further away. So hope everyone had a nice coffee break with some yummy smoothies, trying to keep us healthy. Just a couple of notes before we go back to water. There will be a GEMRA new work informal meeting at 12:30 when we break for lunch today in the CC NASWAP room. So whoever is interested sitting with the GEMRA Secretariat to go over potential scientific advice requests should plan to meet there. I think it'll be about an hour or so, so please go right at 12:30 to the CC NASWAP room. It's on the lobby level. It's called Capitol. It's sort of on the way to the parking garage. Also, there are still some of the GEMRA reports out on the registration table, so please make sure to pick up copies of the ones that you would like. They are not shipping them back to Rome. And then finally, we're going to have some fun. So we're going to have trivia today and tomorrow. We're going to do a few rounds to learn or to see how much you all have learned about your host city. We're going to ask 2 questions that have 3 answers. The first delegate to select the correct answer will win one of the 2 karaoke rooms for you to use tonight at your leisure with 12 of your best delegate friends. Okay, so with that, let's have the first trivia question put up. Okay, so I think we're starting with an easy one here. Which musical genre is most closely associated with Nashville's Music Row? Is it green, the rhythm and blues, jazz in yellow, or country music in red? So select on your mic pad the correct answer, and whoever was the first to get it wins. Alex, do you have results yet?
I see results flooding in. We have strong participation. Before I announce the winner, I'd like to know from Marie, what is the correct answer, please?
It would be red, country music.
I'm thrilled to report that our winner is Spain.
So Spain, being the first winner, would you like the Dolly Parton karaoke room or the Johnny Cash?
Spain, you have the floor.
The Dolly Parton one. Dolly Parton.
I think she chose the Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
Yes.
Now we're going to set the next trivia question. We'll just wait for our tech team to put up, okay, here it is. So Nashville has a lot of honky-tonks owned by famous artists. Maybe you have had a chance to go to some already. Do you know which of these artists does not own a honky-tonk? Is it green, Dolly Parton, B, Blake Shelton, or C, red, Miranda Lambert? Let's see. Has the polling closed yet, Alex?
It's flooding in. This is a tricky one. It's a not question. Marie, can you report on the correct answer, please?
That would be green, Dolly Parton. Maybe that was a surprise.
And our winner is, it's almost unfair, the United States of America.
Eric is very excited. So congratulations, Spain and United States. Tonight you can enjoy the 2 karaoke rooms found on the lobby level with 12 of your best delegate friends. It's basically available from when plenary closes to 11:45 at night. You can use it as your leisure. Enjoy.
Okay, thank you all. Back to business. So during the break, we clarified the issue which had to do with the second sentence to clarify adequately cooked. We also see general support for the original configuration of the preceding sentence with raw and undercooked, which the EU explained is in line with GEMRA. So we propose the edit adequately cooked on the screen, which is also consistent with CCFH55. If there are no objections and seeing no flags raised, we're going to move on to the next paragraph. And that will be figure 2. I note that we had some edits on figure 2 from New Zealand, right? Okay. So if no additional edits on figure 2, we're going to move on to paragraph 42. Seeing no flags, we're going to move on to paragraph 43 and 44. Gambia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just during the break, I was discussing with one of the, should I say, authors of the document, and then we were discussing what will be the scope of the in-depth risk assessment as opposed to the other form of risk assessment. And also, shouldn't the in-depth risk assessment be added to the definition, since it seems like a new addition to the wordings of most of the document that we use in the Codex? Thank you.
So thank you, Gambia. I know the EU commented on this already, but if you don't mind, can you just address that one more time, quickly, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam. Yes, this was a wording that we have introduced or proposed in the physical working group meeting to differentiate what we expect as fit-for-purpose assessment, depending on the source. And what we mean by in-depth fit-for-purpose water assessment is described in paragraph 36.
Thank you, EU. So we're going to continue with a review. We'll go to paragraph 45. Seeing no flags, we will go to figure 3. Seeing no flags, we'll go to paragraph 46. Moving on, we'll go to paragraph 47. Moving on, we will look at figure 4. Seeing no flags, we will move to paragraph 48. Moving on to figure 5. Moving on to paragraph 49. We're making good progress, so we go to paragraph 50. Seeing no flags, we will go to paragraph 51. Paragraph 52. Paragraphs 53 and 54. So we're looking at the 2 bullets under paragraph 54. Moving on to paragraph 55, saying no flags. Paragraph 56. And we go to paragraph 57, the bullets and sub-bullets under that paragraph. Moving on to paragraphs 58 and 59. Seeing no flags, we go to paragraphs 60, 61, and 62. Seeing no flags, we go to paragraph 63 and 64. Moving on to paragraph 65. Morocco, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Morocco suggests to add in-depth risk evaluation, because this paragraph deals with all the hazardous events and so forth, so that should fall within that paragraph.
Thank you, Morocco. So I'm going to ask the EU to comment on that if the paragraph, if the scope is focused on in-depth. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I think that Morocco is right here. Yeah.
Thank you, EU. Thank you. So we will continue to paragraph 66. So we'll look at paragraphs 66, 67, and 68. Seeing no flags, we will move to paragraph 69 and 70. Morocco.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We would like to add again the term in-depth in para 69 in the same vein as what we just suggested. Thank you.
Okay. If no objections, we will move on to paragraph 70 and 71. And we move on to paragraph 72 and 73. Seeing no flags, we will continue to paragraph 74. Moving on to paragraph 75. Moving on to paragraph 76. Moving on to paragraph 77, seeing no flags. United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our comment is on paragraph 72, and it is just an editorial. There's a reference to footnote 5, and I'm not sure that footnote 5 is the correct footnote. I think we've added footnotes to the document since this text was originally written. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. We'll make a note to check that. EU, please.
Yes, I think this footnote was referring to the fact that Annex 4 was not yet adopted. So the whole text between brackets, see footnote 5, can be deleted.
Thank you, EU. So we'll go back to paragraph 75. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to point out that on 75, to include in-depth before water fit for purpose.
Thank you, UK. Morocco.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We approve and support the proposal just made by the UK. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. So we will continue to paragraph 76. Seeing no flags, we go to paragraph 77. EU.
Well, I'm not sure, going back to paragraph 75, if you have to include here in depth, because this whole section is on on the microbiological quality of the water, which also has to be verified in case of clean water, potable water, and so on. So I would prefer not to include in depth here.
Thank you, EU. So to be consistent with our previous decisions, we're going to delete in depth. And let's continue with reviewing the paragraphs. So we move to paragraphs 78 and 79. Seeing no flags, we go to paragraph 80. Paragraph 81. ICMSF.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In paragraph 80, the first sentence, it seems there's some confusion where it talks about beginning with frequent sampling testing. Maybe it's sampling and testing. The word and may be missing, or maybe just testing would suffice. Thank you.
Thank you, ICMSF. Seeing no flags, we will continue to paragraph 81, United States.
Thank you, Chair. Also in paragraph 80, on the fourth line, after the comma, it says, which may be involve reduced sampling. Can we delete the word be? So it should read, which may involve reduced sampling frequency. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, United States. Moving on to paragraph 81. Seeing no flags, we continue. We're looking at table 1. So thank you, everyone. This is the end of Annex 2. So we're going to continue with Annex 4. And we will do the same, going through the text paragraph by paragraph. So we'll look at paragraphs 1, 2, and 3. Seeing no flags, we will go to paragraph 4, 5, and 6. Seeing no flags, we will go to paragraph 7. And the bullets on the paragraph 7. Seeing no flags, we go to paragraph 8. Morocco.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. On para 8, if I may, Morocco suggests to add the word in depth because we're talking about recycled, reused, recovered water. So we need to carry out an in-depth risk evaluation or assessment here. Merci.
To this addition? EU?
Yes, I'm sorry, but again, this is section Annex 4. It's very general on water fit for purpose assessment, and I think this first paragraph is quite general, applicable to all sources. I would like to draw your attention that is followed by a paragraph 9, which says in some cases it may not be needed to have an in-depth fit for purpose assessment. So there it's fully correct to have in-depth, but not in this first one.
Thank you, EU. So we're going to delete the in-depth to be consistent. So as that we go back to section 4 under definitions and just look at the definitions. So we're looking at cleaning in place up to indicator microorganisms. Seeing no flags, we will continue. Seeing no flags, we will move to section 5 on the water fit for purpose assessment. And that's where we have paragraph 8. And the bullets on the paragraph 8. The EU?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think during the physical working meeting that we agreed to delete the part in blue.
Thank you, EU. United States?
Thank you, Chair. On the 4th line, it says application of reuse, reused water. We don't need both of those terms. I believe we could just use reused water. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Australia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just back to paragraph 8 bis in the second line, could we remove the word identified? So compromised water safety should be conducted at each step. The identified doesn't look like it should be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. EU?
The terminology used is reuse water and not reused water, so I would prefer to keep reuse and delete reused.
Thank you, EU. If no comments on that and the first 3 bullets of paragraph 8, we're going to continue. So we're looking at the bullets on the paragraph 8. Seeing no flags, we will continue. Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. Still along the lines of what the EU proposed to remain general, we would suggest deleting the word in-depth in this paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. The EU.
I think I have been quoted wrongly by Morocco. I understand that what we expect from clean water and so on, so the identification of the source, the microbial testing is part from the fit for purpose assessment. So I think I would like to keep in depth here.
I see some nodding in the room. Are there additional comments? United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States would support retaining in-depth in paragraph 9.
Thank you, United States. India.
Thank you, Chair. We would request to delete in-depth because it says if the source is confirmed to be safe. So the moment it is confirmed to be safe, you don't need actually a fit for purpose analysis. Leave aside the in-depth fit for purpose analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, India. New Zealand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We support the EU and US and that we should retain in-depth here. This is about when an in-depth fit-for-purpose assessment is not required, such as when there is potable water. So if you like, a simple water fit-for-purpose assessment has already determined that an in-depth is not required. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. So we've heard from the chair of the EWG about and others in support of retaining in-depth and the rationale. So I'm going to propose that we keep in-depth and continue with the review at this time. Thank you. So let's continue on the paragraph 9, the remaining bullets. Seeing no flags, we will go to paragraph 10. That's table 1. Seeing no flags, we move on to paragraphs 11, 12, and 13. Seeing no flags, we move on to figure 1. Seeing no flags, we move on to paragraph 14. Seeing no flags, we continue with the review. So the last 2 bullets of paragraph 14. Seeing no flags, we continue with paragraph 15. Paragraph 16. Seeing no flags, we move on to paragraph. So the last 4 bullets of paragraph 16. Paragraph 17. So the first 4 bullets of paragraph 17. Let's continue. The last 3 bullets of paragraph 17. Seeing no flags, we move to paragraph 18. We'll continue. The last 3 bullets of paragraph 18. Seeing no flags, we move to paragraph 19. The first bullet of paragraph 19. Seeing no flags, we continue. The last 4 bullets. We'll continue.
Yeah, I think we need to check on it.
So the EU, I know your hand is raised, but can you also speak to why this text is in
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the text you see on screen in red is an alternative that was proposed by New Zealand for paragraph 20 and 21, probably in better English than mine, so for me it's acceptable.
Thank you, EU. So the proposal is to replace paragraphs 20 and 21 with the text in red, correct? Thank you. Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the physical working group, we are asking for the concept of hazard analysis concept in 21. And I think when we bring that up, and then New Zealand is kindly revised the text in 20 and 21 in the text in red on the screen. But however, we still think that the text in red does not have the right sequence compared to the existing 20 and 21. So because at the moment we are actually interpret the water safety management plan as a hazard plan while reading the red text. So in 20, we are starting at the prerequisite program, and the food business operator, not all of them does the hazard plan. No, so they might be able to use the GHP, Chapter 1 of General Principle Food Hygiene, in order to control the hazards in their manufacturing system. So we think that 20 is more in general sequence compared to the rate text. And then after, in 20, after they provide sufficient thinking and consideration that the GHP alone may be sufficient enough to manage the hazards. So in that case, the prerequisite program or GHP only can, as we understand, can control the hazard, and then the hazard plan is not necessary. So that was our comment in 20 and 21. So we still think that 20 and 21 is more appropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Thailand, for your comments. New Zealand's thoughts are that the Water Safety Management Plan does not necessarily have to be a hazard plan, but it would recognise prerequisite programs, that is GHP, as perhaps being sufficient, and if that is insufficient, then a full hazard-based plan would be still part of a water safety management plan. We don't think that prerequisites preclude you from having or prevent you from having a water safety plan. They are part of the water safety plan. Hence the order that we put it in.
Thank you, New Zealand. So I will take Thailand's intervention, but I note the options before us. So Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We acknowledge the comment by New Zealand, which the Water Safety Management Plan not necessarily be the hazard plan, but at the moment, the way it said on the rate text, the word hazard analysis is used, and to us, it's interpreted as the principle one of the hazard system. So principle one of hazard system is the full hazard analysis. So that our concern for the small and medium size and lower risk food business operators. In that case, that's why we try to propose the word hazard analysis concept yesterday, on Sunday, physical working group. But at the moment, we are also thinking that the rate text is the sequence is not there for us. So yeah, if the rate text is to be chosen, we still think that the hazard analysis, the word concept should be added to the fourth line, saying that hazard analysis concept, something like that, to make sure that people understand that this is not the full hazard analysis according to principle one of the hazard system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. We'll go to Ireland.
Thank you, Madam President. Can I take you back to the last bullet point of paragraph 18, please? And where were there? 19, is it? 18. Yeah. Yes. In the part highlighted in green, if we remove including the integrity, and then after chemicals, insert without compromising their integrity. Sorry, we could leave the including in the... Thank you.
So if no objections, we'll move back to our options of paragraph 20 and 21. Ireland, is your flag still up? Thank you. ICMSF.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The text in red, I think there's some unclarity on the water safety management plan that needs to be established. Is it separate to the food safety management system that a food business operator would have? I think in the case of food contact purposes, directly or indirectly, whatever management of water should be included in the food safety management system. So maybe in the first sentence where it talks about the water safety management plan to be based on water fit for purpose assessment, we could extend that sentence by saying and included in the food safety management system as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, ICMSF. New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we agree with ICMSF. A water safety management plan will be a subset of the overall plan, just as a listeria management plan would be, or a facilities management plan. So we agree with that. I'm just cognizant of Thailand's comments about the term hazard analysis leading one to think of a formal HACCP plan. And if you think of the principles of HACCP, there are 7 principles of HACCP, and even during determination of prerequisite programs, one applies the hazard analysis, the initial principles, to come to a conclusion as to whether there is a hazard that's critical, that requires control through a HACCP plan and through critical control points. I'm trying to think, and I can't think of how better to specify hazard analysis such that it is seen as just one of the principles that we follow in such assessments, rather than leading you directly to a full HACCP-based analysis. If anybody else can help, that would be brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. India.
Thank you, Chair. After hearing Thailand's intervention and New Zealand's intervention, I think the way paragraph 20 and 21 appear, they are more clearer than the red text, specifically because in section 6, which is on water safety management, the first title is prerequisite programs. And then we are talking about water safety management plan. And under water safety management plan, if we talk about prerequisite programs as a part of water safety management plan, it becomes confusing. So rather than getting into the terminologies, and the term water safety management plan is not defined in the document, leaving it open for interpretation. So it will be better if we can leave paragraph 20 and 21 as such without going in for the red text. And maybe if there are any changes required to that, these paragraphs 20, 21 based on the red text, they can be carried out. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We prefer in the 20 and 21 in green.
Thank you, Brazil. Ghana?
Yeah, Ghana also supports the text in green, 20 and 21. We think that the red text that talks about in certain situations, hazard analysis should be carried out. There's no clear trigger for or circumstance under which the hazard analysis should be carried out. And so we'll go with 20 and 21 text. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Okay, thank you. So we're going to focus on paragraphs 20 and 21. If there are any tweaks we need to make on those two, please indicate. New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. Look, we still think that if a prerequisite program for the control of water by an FPO is not part of a water safety management plan, then we can't see where it fits in. So maybe a compromise might be a paragraph just prior to 20, if you like, that says a water safety management plan may comprise a simple prerequisite program and GHP, or a full HACCP-based program. And then 20 and 21 could follow.
Can you repeat that paragraph, New Zealand? Thank you.
I'm not sure. I'll give it a go. A water safety management plan for the fit-for-purpose use. Oh, actually, the first sentence in 21. At least until fit-for-purpose assessment. So if you were to copy that keep going until assessment. Yes, and if you copy that up to, or shift that up to before 20. And then could just say may comprise prerequisite programs alone, open bracket GHP, or be, they could close bracket after GHP, or a full HACCP-based program. And then 20 follows, and then the remainder of 21 follows. Thank you. Oh, yes. And sorry, that would mean the deletion of the last sentence in paragraph 20. Thank you.
Thank you. New Zealand, United States.
Thank you, Chair. The United States would support this compromise recommendation by New Zealand.
Thank you, United States. The EU.
Yeah, I have no objections against the new proposal from New Zealand, but I think there is still quite some overlap with paragraph 20. It seems almost as a repetition. So in that case, I think, in my view, the whole paragraph 20 can be deleted, but we are still missing the concept that was proposed by ICMSF on the integration of this water, the water safety management plan into the HACCP plan. So that should be added. So my proposal would be to delete the whole paragraph 20 and at the end of what is now called paragraph 19. Or a full HACCP based, integrated in the HACCP plan or something like that, but it's a little bit too much HACCP. Huh? So perhaps Leon can make a suggestion here how to formulate this integration.
So EU, does the addition to the end of the paragraph address your point?
Yes, that seems fine, but as I said, I think we can now fully delete paragraph 20.
Let's hear from Uganda.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My comment is on the current 21. Is it okay, or we are still handling?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Our input would be on the second sentence, where it says, the control measures in the water safety management plan should consider the equipment, source water characteristics, and all that which is added, but we feel probably it may not be exhaustive, so would propose that if we could say the control measures in the water safety management plan should consider among others, or among other things, equipment, source water, etc., so that it makes it flexible for inclusion of any other parameters which may be considered necessary with respect to the scenario being handled. And since I have the chair, Madam Chair, since I have the microphone, I would also want to, as part of Uganda, as we're taking the microphone for the first time to thank the Codex office for having given us a very wonderful dinner reception yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uganda. India?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's coming up quite nicely, the paragraph 19, but still we would like to keep paragraph 20 and 21 because 19 is sort of an introductory paragraph which says what a water safety management plan could include, but under what circumstances and how that comes from paragraph 20, which says after consideration of conditions and activities, it may be determined. So we don't see a need to delete para 20, rather it would be useful to retain it. And with that, paragraph 21 beginning part needs to be amended. Instead of a water safety management plan, it needs to say a water safety management plan based on full HACCP for the fit for purpose, blah, blah, blah. So the 20 and 21 will be clearly distinguishing where you can go alone with PRPs, and para 21, because it talks about water safety management plan, fully based on HACCP. So that should be clearly distinguished.
Thank you, India. So we'll hold that idea for now and then take Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just want to support the comment made by India earlier. Yes, the water safety management plan, which is the introductory paragraph in new para 19, it should be somewhat specified that it's based on the full hazard analysis. And then we still want to keep 20 and 21 as it is right now. This is because that in 20, the wording come from the CXC1, if I recall correctly. It's actually based on the section 5 of General Principle Food Hygiene, which is in principle 3 that the food business operator should be aware of the hazard associated with the raw material, ingredients, and so on in the environment of the production system. So this is bringing me back to the time when we try to revise the latest edition of the CXC1. We are having some similar discussion as well. So because some opinion during that time, they want to have the hazard analysis at the beginning of the GHP. So in 20 right now, what we try to specify here is that in general picture, you don't have to do the hazard analysis. It's actually that you have to aware of the hazard in your business and in your activities of using the water. So the wordings has come from section 7 of the CXC1 actually. So we just want to make it more flexible for smaller FBO or the lower risk production manufacturer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we have 3 paragraphs that has a lot of interest. I'm going to recommend that during lunch, the interested parties get together and discuss those 3 paragraphs, and we move on with reviewing the text. Thank you. So we're going to move on to paragraph 22. So paragraphs 22, 23, and 24. Kenya?
Thank you, Chair. I think our intervention was in the paragraphs that you have guided us to discuss over lunch, so let's proceed.
Thank you, Kenya. Morocco?
Thank you, Chair. So our contribution is with regard to the French translation here. The title here, development here should be translated with élaboration in French.
Thank you, Morocco. Noted for the French translation. So look at figure 2. Oh, Nigeria, I'm sorry.
Yes, paragraph 22. Yes, yes, yes. Paragraph 22. The food and steps were used. The where there's no H were used. This one has H. Food and steps were used. Water is removed. Were used where maybe water is removed, not where H should be evacuated from the where.
So I think it's correct. It's referring to where.
Used.
It is used, not where. So the H, I think it's correct. Thank you.
Oh.
So moving on, let's look at figure 2. So if no comments on figure 2, we move to paragraphs 25, 26, and 27. Seeing no flags, we move to paragraph 28. Moving on to paragraph 29. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our comment is on the second sentence of paragraph 29, beginning from the purpose of. Okay. So this is the very short version of how to conduct risk-based hazard analysis, and thus it seems to be lacking in accuracy a little bit. So we would like to propose a slightly modified version in accordance with the text in the general principles of food hygiene. Okay, so the second sentence would read, the purpose of this is to identify the potential hazards, so striking out reasonably foreseeable. The potential hazards, comma, their likelihood of occurrence, and severity of associated adverse health effects. And the remaining stay as it is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Japan, can you please confirm that your suggested text is accurately captured and what we've deleted is valid? You have the floor, Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it's correctly captured. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Thailand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just want to support Japan intervention. And also, if the word potential hazards is used in 29, there should be a change in 23 as well, because there, the reasonably foreseeable also mentioned there. It should be changed to potential hazards for consistency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. Okay, so we'll go back to paragraph 29. And moving on to table 2. United States.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize to take you back to figure 2. On the second bullet in the box on the left, that statement is not complete as written on screen. To make it a complete question in line with the other questions, we would propose which water supply sources are used, or we could go back to which water supply sources are the most important. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. We will make a change to which water supplies are used, since we can't make the edit now on the screen. So if no objections, we move on to table 2. Seeing no flags, we will move on to paragraph 30. ICMSF.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In paragraph 30, the second line from the bottom, it talks about high-risk hazards. Maybe it's clearer to refer here to hazards not controlled by prerequisites only, because then you would need the fuller HACCP approach. Thank you. Not only for high-risk hazards, for all hazards not controlled by prerequisites. Thank you.
Thank you, ICMSF. So ICMSF, to be complete, we're recommending, thank you, prerequisite programs. Thank you. Seeing no flags raised, we will continue to paragraph 31. ICMSF.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In bullet 6, we have combined the microbiological profile with chemicals for disinfection. I'm not sure whether the language is correct here. I think it would be better to split the bullet in two and talk about the microbiological profile of the water, and then go to another bullet, the use of disinfectant chemicals. If we are agreeing with the microbiological profile of water as a separate bullet, I think it would also be valid to include in that bullet the next phrase, which is the presence of nutrients for microorganisms, because in many waters or reuse waters, the nutrients present are really a risk for microorganisms to become established and build their presence.
So ICMSF, just to ensure we captured your edit with the new bullet, did you say presence of nutrients for microorganisms in the water? Thank you. If no additional comments, we are moving along. So we go to paragraphs 32 and 33. New Zealand.
Sorry, Chair, just to go back to the new bullet that's been added, I think the original intention was it would be immediately after the bullet that says the microbiological profile of the water. Just shift it up one.
Thank you, New Zealand.
Thank you. Oh, and also I think the word "that" at the start of the bullet that you're now positioned on is not required. It's actually just the use of disinfectant. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. So paragraphs 32 and 33. Seeing no flags, we will move on to paragraph 34. So we will look at paragraphs 34, 35, and 36 together. Seeing no flags, we will move on to paragraph 37. So we're looking at paragraph 37 and the 4 bullets. The first 4 bullets. Seeing no flags, we move on to the last 4 bullets under that paragraph. Oh, 2. 2, then we look at the others. Seeing no flags, we keep going. The last 2 bullets under that paragraph. Seeing no flags, we move to paragraphs 38 and 39. Moving on to paragraph 40. Seeing no flags, we move on to paragraph 41. Ghana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ghana suggested in the last but one line of paragraph 41, where it says that such water should be discarded. The suggestion is such water should not be used for food-related activities or purposes. Thank you.
So, Ghana, just to clarify, were you proposing that we delete be discarded? Thank you, Ghana. So if no additional comments on paragraph 41, we will move on to paragraphs 42 and 43. So we will look at paragraphs 42, 43, and 44. Seeing no flags, we will move on to paragraph 45. We'll look at the rest of that paragraph, 45. Seeing no flags, we move on to paragraph 46. And the 6 bullets under that paragraph. Seeing no flags, we move on to paragraph 47. Seeing no flags, we move to paragraph 48. And we'll take figure 3. Seeing no flags, we move to paragraph 49, 50, and 51. We look at those 3 together. Morocco.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We suggest to add a caption to that figure to allow the reader of the document to better understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. It's a formatting issue. It's on the previous page, and we will fix that. So moving on. So we'll go to paragraph 52. Saying no flags, we go to 53. Saying no flags, we'll go to paragraph 54. And the first 2 bullets. Moving on, we go to the last 2 bullets on the paragraph 54. The next 2 bullets, I'm sorry. Okay. And then the last 2 bullets. Seeing no flags, we'll move on to paragraph 55. And the first 2 bullets. And then we move up or down. The last 2 bullets on the paragraph 55. Seeing no flags, we move on to paragraph 56 and the first 3 bullets. Seeing no flags, we continue with the next 2 bullets. Moving on to paragraph 57. So thank you all. That was the last paragraph in Annex 4. So we're going to break for lunch, but we'll ask the interested parties for paragraphs 19, 20, and 21 to come up to the head table and meet with the Secretariat so that we can agree on the text for that. And we will discuss that immediately after lunch. So I will ask the CCFH Secretariat if there are any housekeeping announcements to be made before we go for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to remind everyone that the informal meeting for the GEMR Scientific Advice is starting immediately after you leave this room, 12:30-ish. In the CC NASWAP meeting room, which is Capitol room on the lobby level. So if you are interested in participating in that, please go after this closes now there to continue the discussion. We will resume at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly. Veuillez prendre place. La séance reprend dans quelques instants. Por favor, tomen asiento. Pronto reanudaremos nuestro programa. Please take your seats. Our program will now resume. Veuillez prendre place. La séance reprend maintenant. Por favor, tomen asiento. Reanudaremos nuestro programa ahora.
Welcome back from lunch, delegates. So I will pass the mic on to CCFH Secretariat before we continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hi, everybody. Hope you had a nice lunch, and the meeting with the GEMR Secretariat was productive on future scientific advice needs. Since we have some catch-up to do in terms of the karaoke room, we're also going to do 2 more questions today, but the karaoke rooms will be available to the 2 winners for tomorrow evening. So we're going to ask the 2 questions, and the countries that won this morning are not eligible to win a second time. So, sorry, Eric. Okay, so with that, let's go to the question. Okay, so what is Nashville's most famous nickname? Is it Green City That Never Sleeps, Yellow Music City, or Red Windy City? Okay, the answer is B, Music City. So, Alex?
The winner is FAO.
Are they reachable?
My voting system is telling me.
Congratulations,
Wait,
FAO. I guess it was Kang, not Jeff.
Hold on.
Congrats.
Wait.
I don't know, maybe
Since
the
FAO
secretary.
didn't vote and.
Oh, okay, then go to the next.
Oh, it's John, yeah. It's Ling Ping. This is just getting better and better. Codex Secretariat, did you vote? Yes, we did. Oh, you did? Oh, it's...
It was FAO. It wasn't Codex.
Okay, congrats. So top table, you get to play karaoke tomorrow night. Make sure you do those sections of the report that you have to do before. Okay, so let's move on to question number 2 for karaoke for tomorrow evening. What Nashville treat invented by the Standard Candy Company combines marshmallow, caramel, and peanuts covered in chocolate? Is it the green choice Goo Goo Cluster, yellow Snickers, or red Charleston Chew? Okay, Alex, do you have answers?
Yes.
Okay, so some of you may have had this treat already. It's green Goo Goo Cluster.
The winner is the UK.
Congratulations, UK. So tomorrow evening, the top table in the UK with 12 of their very best delegate friends can go to the karaoke rooms that will be available when plenary closes until about midnight. Enjoy.
So we're going to go back to paragraphs 19, 20, and 21. I think we had a discussion just during lunch, and there's some compromise. So like that pulled up on the screen. So we have paragraphs 19, 20, and 21 on the screen. So we made some edits to paragraph 19. And then in 21, we added full HACCP-based. And then at the end, there was any other relevant aspects added. And we deleted the reference to prerequisite programs since it was repetitive. So seeing no flags raised, I think we have completed the review of annexes 2 and 4. So I would like to pull up the amendments to the general section to CXG 100 and the annexes 1 and 3. So we're looking at the track changes, and that's at the end of the general section of the introduction. Seeing no flags, we keep moving. So this is under section 7 of Annex 1. So no flags, we keep scrolling to the track. Moving on to section 8. Seeing no flags, keep scrolling. So on the risk mitigation and risk management strategies, we have the reference to section 8 of the general section and section 6 of Annex 4 of these guidelines. Seeing no flags, we keep scrolling. So we go to Annex 3, which is milk and milk products. So on the section 7, there's an edit there in track changes. Seeing no flags, we keep scrolling. On the section 8, water fit for purpose assessment, we have a track change there. On the section 9, we also have a track change. Let's keep scrolling. I don't see any flags. That's it. Wonderful. So now that we're done reviewing all outstanding items for agenda item 5, delegates, do you agree that we forward annexes 2 and 4 to CAC 49 for adoption at step 5.8 and submit the revisions to the general sections and annexes 1 and 3 in relation to a cross-reference to annex 4 to CAC 49 for adoption? I'll take your silence as agreement. So congratulations. Bert, you're not off the hook yet. Oh, EU?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. but I take the floor to thank this committee and especially my co-chairs, Honduras, Morocco, Mauritania, and India, and the International Dairy Federation for supporting me on this work. They are in the room, but there are also 2 people that are not in the room that I would like to thank. It's Klaus Gegung, who's passed away, but his contribution to Annex 3 and to this Annex 4 were substantial. His input was really essential. And of course, also I need to thank also Constanza from Chile. That has become a friend for life, I think, but her contribution especially onto this was very important. I would like also to say that the input from Gemra, from FAO was essential. So I would like to thank Gemra for that. Once the documents, the Gemra reports were published, we got a lot of support from Kang in helping us with this work. If we have questions on how to interpret a certain thing, he was available. So many thanks to Kang also. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. So I'll also like to thank the EU for their leadership and commitment in leading this work. So we know we had the mandate from CCFH55 to get this work finished this session, and we have done that. So thank you, EU, for your leadership and all your co-chairs. Morocco.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Chair. Morocco would also like to thank the EU for its very successful chairmanship. Chris and his colleagues were able to bring together many diverging views towards a common goal. And I would also like to thank all of the co-chairs. We really collaborated together over the course of 18 months. My thanks also to the GEMRA, to FAO, to the Secretariat, and to you, Evelyn, as the chairmanship of Codex. The other countries that provided support, such as the US, New Zealand, and Ghana. We are very happy to see that this document has moved on to step 5.8 for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. Okay, so as I said earlier, you're not off the hook yet. We have a few outstanding items. First, and noting that CCFFP is active, we will need to inform CCFFP that the work is done and they should consider whether they need to review any of the text under their purview or cross-reference this guidance. Any objections to this? The floor is open. Great. I see no flags raised. So if you all remember a little thing called the revision to the guidelines on the control of Vibrio species in seafood, which we left at step 5 after CCFH54, we have some unfinished business to attend to now that the work of Annex 2 is complete. I would like to pass the floor to the Codex Secretariat now to inform the committee of this.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I would also like to congratulate the committee on completing this work. I think it's almost a decade since we started discussing the notion of fit-for-purpose water, and I was still in GEMRA, I think, at that point. It's a long time ago, so it's good to see it come to an end, so well done to everybody. Yes, indeed. I mean, it's good to have this work, and I think, yeah, as you said, we will inform CCFFP. We might even want to think if we want to inform other committees, particularly commodity committees, since this also relates to a number of other products now that we have the whole CXG 100 in its entirety completed. So getting back then to the revision of the guidelines for the control of Vibrio species in seafood, as you may recall at the last session, CCFH54, when we were in Nairobi, we made good progress on that document and we submitted it to the Commission for adoption at step 5. However, in doing so, we also had a number of, I would say, just words in square brackets that we left like that until we had completed this work on the annex for water. And the reason for that was because we wanted to ensure that whatever we put in the Vibrio document was consistent with the final agreement that was reached with regard to the annex now for the use and reuse of water in fish and fishery products. So since that is completed, we're now in a position where we should re-look at our document on Vibrio, and particularly not re-look at the whole thing, but really just address those aspects of the document that remain in square brackets and determine how water should be referred to in each of those situations. And with that in mind, I think we have the opportunity to maybe consider how we might take this work forward, and it could be done through an EWG, which would have the specific terms of reference of just reviewing all of that text in square brackets in light of the agreements reached here today, Madam Chair. With that, I think we can maybe see if there's some members interested in leading such work so that we could then consider the final version at the next session of this committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Codex Secretariat. I propose that we re-establish the EWG on Vibrio to address the water-related references that remained in square brackets after CCFH54. Japan led this work in the past, so I'd like to ask Japan if they would be willing to chair this work again.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for the Codex Secretariat for the explanation. And yes, if the committee agrees to establish another electronic working group, Japan is happy to lead the working group as chairs, hopefully with a certain helping hand acting as the co-chairs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. Are there any members interested in co-chairing? New Zealand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. New Zealand will be privileged to assist Japan in completing this work.
Thank you, New Zealand. Honduras?
Gracias, señora presidenta. Honduras también le gustaría.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honduras would also like to help with this document. Thanks.
Thank you, Honduras. It will be very helpful to have you co-chairing, given your experience in co-chairing the water document. So I just want to confirm the language that the EWG will be working in. I'll assume English, but Honduras, is English okay with you? Oh, and Japan, yeah, working in English, the EWG. Yes, Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can work in English and Spanish. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. Morocco, if the committee agrees to it, would be more than happy to co-chair this meeting with Japan, New Zealand, and Honduras.
Thank you, Morocco. So Morocco, are you okay working in English and Spanish?
Would there be an option to add French by any chance?
Is Morocco able to support that? So the co-chairs will help with the translation So my question is if Morocco is willing to help with the translation too into French as a co-chair.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that we will work in English with the other colleagues. Thank you very much. We will not need French. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. So we've established the EWG. Do we agree that we can inform other committees that the guidelines are now complete? I also suggest that in this committee, we ensure that moving forward, we make sure that all our documents are aligned with this text when it comes to water, given the significant work that has been done on water. Does the committee support this approach? I don't see any flags, and I'll take silence as agreement. Therefore, I will propose a conclusion. So CCFH55 agreed to, noting that there are no outstanding issues, forward annexes 2 and 4 for inclusion in the guidelines for the safe use and reuse of water in food production and processing. The CXG 100-2023 to CAC 49 for adoption at step 5.8, and submit corresponding revisions to the general section and annexes 1 and 3 in relation to a cross-reference to Annex 4 to CAC 49 for adoption. Inform CCFFP and other relevant committees of the on the completion, of Annex 2, and propose that CCFFP may consider whether it is necessary to update water requirements in the Code of Practice for Fish and Fishery Products that's CXC 52-2003, and other Codex texts under the remit. Ensure that CCFH documents are aligned with the guidelines for the safe use and reuse of water in food production and processing. That is CXG 100-2023 in relation to water. Establish an EWG chaired by Japan and co-chaired by New Zealand, Morocco, and Honduras, working in English and Spanish, to review the text in square brackets in the revision to CXG 73-2010. That is REP 24/FH, Appendix 5, in light of the completion of Annex 2, and prepare a report for consideration by CCFH 56. Is this agreeable to the committee? The floor is open. Thank you all. Seeing no flags raised, we will begin agenda item 9. So please refer to CX/FH25/55/9, CX/FH25/55/9, addendum 1, CRD 6, 14, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, and 24. I would like to extend my appreciation to the United States, Canada, France, and China for their work chairing the EWG. We will be using CRD 6 as the basis for our discussion. So please refer to that document when we refer to the text. I would like to invite the chair of the EWG to report to the committee the outcome and recommendations of the EWG. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, congratulations to the committee and especially the chair and co-chairs for the electronic working group on the safe use and reuse of water. That is an outstanding outcome for the meeting this week. Next slide. Oh, well, hold here, please. It's been our great privilege and honor to serve as chair for the electronic working group and work with our colleagues, our co-chairs from Canada, France, and China. We appreciate all of the hard work that these groups have put in, and hopefully that is reflected in the work presented in CRD 6. And also thank you to everyone on the committee who participated during the consultations and in response to the circular letter. We got outstanding engagement and many comments. Since CCFH 54, we had 2 rounds of consultations. In the first consultation, we received comments from 15 members. We took those into consideration, and for the second consultation, we got additional comments from 11 members. For the circular letter that was prepared for this meeting, we received comments from 24 members, which totaled 227 comments. Our co-chair group worked extremely hard to address as many of these 227 comments as we could, and that is reflected in CRD 6. Next slide, please. Our goals for CCFH 55 is to review and discuss the revised guidelines and annexes starting from CRD 6, and we invite the committee to consider the revised guidelines for advancement in the STEP process. Next slide. Our approach, the co-chairs focused on developing guidance for competent authorities and FBOs to apply risk-based decision-making when designing procedures to control Listeria monocytogenes. And we incorporated advice from GEMRA, which appears in MRAs 38, 47, and the recently published MRA 48. And we extend our thanks to GEMRA for the outstanding contributions and scientific advice that was provided. We also look to build consistency across Codex text, specifically the general principles of food hygiene, and also the principles and guidelines for the establishment and application of microbiological criteria related to foods. Next slide. So among the many revisions that will appear in CRD 6 is an update to the definition of ready-to-eat food. The existing definition appears on the left, which is in the current guidelines, and the proposed definition that appears in CRD 6 is presented on the right. This definition expands the current definition to include the concept of food for which it is reasonably foreseeable, based on evidence of consumer habits or practices, that it will be eaten without such treatment. Through the consultation process and in response to the circular letter, we received many comments on this definition, many comments in support, many comments requesting more information, more examples on how to use it, and some comments unsure about its inclusion. In CRD 6, we tried to address these comments based on an expansion of paragraph 104, which we will see as we go through the documents, and also in rephrasing of the definition as you see appeared on the screen. Next slide. To note for the committee, the concept of reasonably foreseeable is not new terminology to Codex or specifically in the guidelines for control of Listeria. Currently, the concept of reasonably foreseeable is included when describing the reasonably foreseeable conditions of distribution, storage, and use that are to be applied when determining if a food supports the growth of Listeria or not. The reasonably foreseeable concept is also consistent with other Codex texts, as we'll go into in the next few slides. And it is also a concept that is risk-based, consistent with the recommendations that we receive from GEMRA on taking caution when classifying foods as either ready to eat or not ready to eat. Next slide. The term reasonably foreseeable is consistent with CXC1. When we look at the HACCP application section for step 3, which is the product description section, and the general principle states that we are to describe the use intended by the FBO and the expected uses of the product by the next FBO in the food chain or the consumer. The description may be influenced by external information, for example, from the competent authority or other sources on ways in which consumers are known to use the product other than those intended by the FBO. Next slide. Further, in the general principles, when talking about conducting a hazard analysis, the general principles require the hazard analysis should consider not only the intended use, but also any known unintended use to determine the significant hazards to be addressed in the HACCP plan. Next slide. Also consistent with CXG 21, which is the establishment and application of microbiological criteria related to foods. Section 3 contains in the general principles the intended as well as the actual use of the final product by consumers needs to be considered when setting a microbiological criterion. Next slide. In the interest of time, I'm not going to try to review all of the revisions throughout the guidelines and the annexes, as there are many. But I will highlight a few here for the committee to think about as we review the text. The first is we did incorporate the recommendations from GEMRA throughout the document. We also conducted a full structural alignment of the general section of the controls for Listeria with the general principles. We fully revised Annex 1, which are the recommendations for developing an environmental monitoring program for food business operators. Not listed on the slide, but I will mention that we also reversed the orders of Annexes 2 and 3 because we felt that was more clear and consistent for the reader. We added recommendations in several places in the document for characterizing isolates. And finally, we added text on microbial studies to determine if a ready-to-eat food supports the growth of Listeria monocytogenes. Next slide. We invite the committee to consider the revised guidelines presented in CRD 6 for our discussion today. And I thank you again for your review and comments. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you, United States. I would like to get a sense of the will of the committee with regard to this document and next steps. I invite general comments on the progress of the draft revision at this time. The floor is open. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we would like to express our appreciation to Chair and the co-chairs of the EU Working Group meeting on the Listeria document and for preparing the revised proposed draft revision and also preparing the CRD6 document based on the written comments in such a short period of time. And also thanks for the detailed presentation of the summary of the EU Working Group meeting. We believe the revised document well reflects the recent scientific progress and also the advice from the general meeting, and we are happy with that. But still, Japan has some concerns about the revised definition of ready-to-eat food, and we would like to come back to that point when we reach that section. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Thailand would like to thank United States of America, Canada, French, and China for sharing this EWG. In general, Thailand thinks the draft in CRD6 reflects more of our comment in the Agenda 1 in respect to the use of the term reasonably foreseeable or the use unintended use. We do not have strong position toward any of the two as long as the concept of known unintended use from CXC1. However, we still have concern about Annex 1, especially about the environmental monitoring program to be conducted by primary producers such as smallholder farmer and fishery or fishermen who may have limited capacity and resources to implement the environmental monitoring program. Therefore, Thailand considers that appropriate flexibility and parameters such as whether the ready-to-eat food is handled and packed on the farm should also be taken into account when consider the need and extent of the environmental monitoring program? Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. Morocco.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Morocco would like to congratulate the U.S. as president and the co-president countries. For Morocco, this is a very good text which integrates the latest knowledge of WHO and FAO, in particular for what is to do with the compatibility with outbreaks of listeria worldwide.
Ghana. Thank you. Ghana would also want to add its voice in appreciating the tremendous work that has been done by the USA as chair and the co-chairs. We also recognize the progress that has been made on this document and for providing this draft within a very short time for consideration at this meeting. So we want to say that we appreciate the work done, and then kudos to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Uganda would like also to join the other members to congratulate the chairperson of the Electronic Working Group, that is the USA, and the co-chairs for the work, that's the co-chairs, that is Canada, France, and China, for the work that they have put into revising this document. We also believe that it's a good document, noting that it has taken into consideration the latest scientific advice by GEMRA concerning the subject matter. So we just wanted to add our voice to that. And maybe, I don't know if it will come later on, Madam Chair, like yesterday we had said, probably would appreciate to get explanation from the EWG on the definition of ready-to-eat food. Our concern is when this term is used severally in different documents and it doesn't have a common definition. And in this particular document, just like the one of yesterday on on viruses, it's talking about a listeriocidal treatment, and yet this may also, you know, apply to other ready-to-eat food. So probably would appreciate an explanation from the Electronic Working Group. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Uganda. So, hearing general support for the progress of the text, I propose we pull up the text and begin reviewing, noting some of the, noting we will discuss the ready-to-eat foods definition further. Uganda, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So we will begin with the introduction, paragraph 1, and the 5 bullets under that paragraph. Seeing no flags, we will continue. The last bullet under the first paragraph and paragraph 2. Moving on to paragraph 3, New Zealand.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to suggest a small modification to paragraph 3 to avoid age discrimination. We would like to replace the statement adults aged 65 or older with a simple statement that says older persons in which underlying conditions occur more frequently, comma. Madam Chair, just older persons in which underlying conditions occur more frequently. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. So if the edit in paragraph 3 is acceptable, we move to paragraph 4. Oh, Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. Just considering what New Zealand has added there, it seems to imply that new wording that it's only older people with underlying conditions where that makes them more susceptible to listeriosis, but it seems to ignore the fact that as people get older, their immune system attenuates anyway. It's not just underlying conditions that make them more susceptible. So I'm wondering about whether that wording is correct. I'd probably say go back to the original wording unless we can think of another way of putting it.
Thank you, Ireland. United States.
Thank you, Chair. We understand New Zealand's concern. The reason why we had retained adults age 65 or older was to be consistent with the risk assessment that was done and the categories included therein. I think we saw in the side event 2 days ago where adults 65 years and older without any underlying conditions had an increased risk. And if, if I could ask FAO to weigh in to confirm that our recollection of that information is correct, but that is why we felt adults age 65 or older was the appropriate terminology.
Thank you, United States, WHO.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, indeed, as the United States explained, that he explained that the age over 65 has a higher risk for the risk listeriosis. So that's why it's better to keep the original sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, WHO. So based on the explanation from the United States and WHO, I'll recommend that we revert to the previous text. Thank you. So moving on to paragraph 4 and the first 3 bullets on the paragraph 4. Seeing no flags raised, we will continue reviewing that paragraph. The last bullet and the end of the paragraph. So moving on to paragraph 5. So we'll look at paragraphs 5, 6, and 7. Seeing no flags raised, we will move on to paragraph 8. United States.
Thank you, Chair. Can you scroll back up to the last line in paragraph 4? As we were making our changes to the comments, we missed one word here. It should read, however, following the initial reduced incidence of listeriosis due to these early efforts. We apologize for the typo.
Thank you, United States. So if no comments on paragraph 8, we'll move to paragraph 9. Seeing no flags raised, we go to paragraph 10. So we're currently looking at paragraph 10 and the 7 bullets. Okay, let's continue with the review. So the last 3 bullets in paragraph 10 and the sentence below. Seeing no flags, we go to paragraph 11. So we will review paragraphs 11 and 12. EU.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paragraph 12 refers to 6 degrees, and we would prefer that it is 5 degrees. I think that 5 degrees is in line with several WHO recommendations. And also, if I remember well, the document on Salmonella Campylobacter, we also talk about a maximum temperature of 5 degrees. So I only have 1 fridge. I cannot have 2 fridges, one on 5 degrees and one on 6 degrees. So I think it would be better to change it to 5 degrees.
Thank you, EU. If no objection to the change, we'll move on to paragraph 13. EU.
Yes, I had to add that this reference to 6 degrees is on several places in the text, so I would recommend to do it also on these other places.
Thank you, EU. We've made a note and we'll be consistent in the text. Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We actually see this comment from the EU in the addendum 1 about changing of the temperature, but we compare our note in the current version of this item 9. The temperature at 6 degrees Celsius is used throughout the text, and then preferably in 2 to 4. So I am not very sure whether we can change this temperature automatically everywhere in the text. Thank you, Madam Chair.
WHO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I checked the record, and as far as I checked, the growth rate of Listeria monocytogenes was calculated by using the predictive model in the previous JAMA report. And I understand that this 6 came from that assessment. On the other hand, WHO recommends 5 degrees for the general perspective. So it is up to the members to decide whether this guideline is specifically for Listeria, or the value is specifically for Listeria, or for the general perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, WHO. Ireland.
Thank you, Chair, and appreciate the intervention of WHO there, because I was struggling to find 6 degrees in the documents, but I'd only checked part 1 and 2 of the new documents. Having said that, I think as risk managers in this group, it's probably important that we try to maintain consistency as much as we can. And the 5 degrees we've already mentioned by the EU is in the Campylobacter document, but it's actually also in 3 parts of the fish and fishery products document as well, in the transport, retail and general handling sections. So it's not as if we haven't set this temperature before. We've looked at the other places in the document where 6 degrees is mentioned, and we believe those changes can be made, but I'm sure the Secretariat will be able to advise us on that.
Thank you, Ireland. UK.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to support the change from 6 degrees to 5 degrees, the UK feel that this is in line with other documents and evidence.
Thank you, UK. Ghana.
Ghana also supports the change from 6 to 5 degrees to align with other documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. So there is support to change from 6, to 5 degrees. So we will make that change and ensure it's consistent in the document. So thank you all. Let's continue with the review. So we will look at paragraph 13. Seeing no flags, we will go to paragraph 14. So we'll look at paragraphs 14 and 15. Seeing no flags raised, we'll go to paragraph 16. ICMSF.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In para 16, at the end of the first sentence, there's mention of the microbiological limits that are part of the microbiological criterion, but what is not mentioned is that these limits are combined with a sampling plan. Maybe it is better to not use that text here and just refer directly to see Annex 3. So from where it reads, i.e. not detected until occur, I would suggest to delete that text. Thank you.
ICSMF, is that suitable?
It is, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. If acceptable, we move on to paragraph 17. Thank you. Seeing no flags, we move on to paragraph 18. So we will continue to paragraph 19. New Zealand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We note in paragraph 15 the use of the terms distribution, marketing and consumer use, where we understand that marketing includes retail and that environment. And here in 19, in the bolded section, it says environments may apply to marketing, distribution and retail environments as well as consumer homes. We suggest a subtle change to apply to distribution, marketing and consumer environments, just to maintain consistency. Over.
Thank you, New Zealand. So New Zealand, can we delete as well as consumer homes at the end of that sentence? Thank you. So if acceptable, we will move on to paragraph 20. Seeing no flags raised, we'll move on to paragraph 21. And we look at the first 5 bullets on the paragraph 21. No flags, we continue with our review. So moving on. Yes, so that's to the end of that paragraph. So we move on to paragraph 22, paragraph 23, 24, 25, and 26. Seeing no flags, we move on to paragraph 27. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, our leading comments is presented in the addendum document, addendum 1 document, but let us try to express ourselves a little bit more clearer, I hope. And first of all, we want to make it clear that Japan is not objecting to the idea of introducing to this guideline non-RTE food that FBOs intend to be consumed only after certain riskicidal treatment by consumers, but is often eaten without doing so due to misunderstanding or overlooking the instructions given by FBOs. We totally agree that FBOs of non-ready-to-eat food should, to some extent, consider any known unintended use by consumers when conducting hazard analysis and implementing necessary control measures, including clear food labeling or cooking instructions on the food package. And most importantly, we competent authorities should play a critical role in providing appropriate guidance and education to the consumers. Having said that, looking at the current proposed definition of ready-to-eat foods, we understand that the latter part of the definition refers to non-ready-to-eat food. It feels simply strange to include non-ready-to-eat food in the definition of ready-to-eat food. No matter how often non-ready-to-eat food are consumed in an unintended way by consumers, it doesn't transform non-ready-to-eat food into ready-to-eat food. The two food categories are not exactly the same, and we believe we should treat them differently to a certain degree. And from a practical point of view, the current definition using the phrase reasonably foreseeable leaves some ambiguity. We have observed several famous anecdotal listeriosis outbreaks in the past, caused by, for example, cookie dough or enoki mushrooms, which were intended to be eaten only after baking or cooking, but, only after baking or cooking. But we presume such eating habits should be different from country to country. Thus, it would be difficult to have a global consensus what is non-ready-to-eat foods, which is reasonably foreseeable to be eaten without appropriate treatment. And this ambiguity would impose the risk and the heavy burden on FBOs of non-ready-to-eat food, who may be required to implement the hygiene control programs or to comply with the microbiological criteria shown in Annex 3 of this guideline unconditionally, and can be a barrier in international trade. So I'm sorry for taking the floor too long, but in conclusion, we propose to delete reasonably foreseeable from the definition of ready-to-eat food, and instead to expand the scope of these guidelines to include certain non-ready-to-eat food, which can be consumed unintendedly without riskicidal treatment by consumers, and provide necessary guidance tailored for this specific category. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I note your comment, Japan. Thank you. Ghana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ghana supports the definition as it is now. We believe that the introduction of reasonably foreseeable is not a new language in Codex text. It aligns with existing Codex text, and we think that it's appropriate. In fact, in paragraph 15 of this document, as we have just reviewed, it is indicated that consumer practices may deviate from the intended use of the food by the manufacturer. And so it is very important that the inclusion of that terminology, reasonably foreseeable, be maintained. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ghana. Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Uganda is generally agreeable with other terminologies in the definition, but Madam Chairs, we had indicated yesterday and earlier on today, probably we may need more clarification on that definition of ready-to-eat food and how it's applicable to this particular document concerning listeria, because we recognize that we have another guideline on viruses where ready-to-eat food is also defined, and I would think ready-to-eat food is ready-to-eat food, whether it is concerning treatment for eliminating listeria or treatment to eliminate viruses or any other pathogens. So in line with Codex terminology and harmony, would think such a definition is harmonized, and it's our proposal that we remove the word listeriocidal treatment so that it will remain a definition which describes ready-to-eat food, which applies to ready-to-eat food which concerns any other food pathogens. And Madam Chairperson, if it is not asking too much, would think it's our proposal that such a definition would be in a more overarching document like CX1 1969, so that it will be applicable to all other Codex documents in uniformity. Thank you, Madam Chair, but we would also really want to seek maybe more clarification on why it has to be specific to listeria and specific to viruses, and how it can apply to other foods with respect to other pathogens. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Uganda. So based on the comments from Uganda, do we want to replace listeriocidal with a broader term, such as microbiocidal? And the floor is open. United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Uganda, for your comments. When we developed this definition, of course, we were developing it within the context of these guidelines. So listeria was the hazard that we were focused on when developing the guidelines. More recently, as we've discussed with others and received feedback on the definition and thinking about other Codex text, it certainly has been raised as to whether this ready-to-eat definition should be elevated to the general principles. If we were to do that, then yes, we would have to replace the term listericidal treatment. And we would think about terminology such as eaten without without further lethality treatment, or eaten without sufficient, the application of a sufficient lethality treatment. That way, the language would apply to whatever hazards would be appropriate for the food in question. If we were to change that in this definition, we'd have to think about the terminology throughout the guidelines, because we use the term listericidal treatment throughout these guidelines and in several different contexts. So we would have to think through the terminology, not just in the ready-to-eat definition, but then how that would apply through the rest of the document. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So I think this is a good time to take a break and let people chat about this definition. And then when we come back, we can talk about it and continue. So we'll take a break for 30 minutes. Thank you.
Come back at 4:20.
Please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly. Veuillez prendre place. La séance reprend dans quelques instants. Por favor, tomen asiento. Pronto reanudaremos nuestro programa. Please take your seats. Our program will now resume. Veuillez prendre place. La séance reprend maintenant. Por favor, tomen asiento. Reanudaremos nuestro programa ahora.
So, welcome back. Before we went on the break, we were on the definition of ready-to-eat food. So I will ask the EWG chair for an update. United States.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you to Uganda for the comments on the definition and the broader potential applicability of the definition. After conferring with our co-chairs and considering the comments about the definition and whether or not the ready-to-eat definition would be more broadly applicable, we are proposing to amend the ready-to-eat food definition as follows. Any food, brackets, raw or processed, close bracket, for which it is normally eaten without further validated treatment sufficient to achieve food safety, comma, and the rest is the same. We believe that this definition would be applicable to any food and any hazard, dependent upon the hazards that are relevant for the food in question. We also believe that these amendments would allow the continued use of listericidal treatment within the context of these guidelines and would not require further amendment of the guidelines with respect to listericidal treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Is this revision acceptable? The floor is open. I take silence for concurrence. Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question. We've added here the part here without any further validated treatment sufficient to achieve food safety. Isn't cooking a validated sufficient treatment to achieve food safety? Because a product that's ready for consumption can be cooked or not cooked. Would cooking kind of create confusion in the mind of the reader with regard to food safety of the product?
So thank you, Morocco. Yes, cooking is a validated, step, but here we're saying without cooking, without further validated treatment. Cooking is a validated treatment to control listeria. But here we say it's without. United States, did you want to add to that?
Thank you, Chair. We use the term treatment. Yes, cooking would be an example of a type of treatment, but we also consider that there are other types of treatments like high pressure processing or radiation or other types of lethality treatments that could be validated to achieve food safety. Cooking is one example. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So can we continue reviewing the text, Ghana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also thank you, Chair and co-chairs, for the modification provided. I don't know whether it's just me. It appears the inclusion of the sufficient to achieve food safety there doesn't seems to provide some clarification to my understanding. Any food for which it is normally eaten without further validated treatment, and we say sufficient to achieve food safety, makes it a bit confusing because originally we are saying that there is no treatment. Now we go on to say sufficient to achieve food safety. You know, I don't know if the chair and co-chair can probably clarify my doubts on that.
Thank you, Ghana. Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so Morocco finds that the amendment that's been included here is really confusing. We propose to revert to the initial term listericidal. It's in this context of this document that we'll define this term. So as part of this document, ready to eat is defined with the term listericidal.
Thank you, Morocco. So, EWG Chair, do you want to comment on that? United States.
Thank you, Chair. When developing the definition for listericidal treatment, we took comments and developed it to be a validated treatment that reduces Listeria monocytogenes sufficiently to achieve food safety. And this captured two concepts. First, that depending on the food and the step in the process, the level of reduction that may be needed to achieve food safety would be different, which is why we use the terminology sufficiently to achieve food safety. And the term validated was used to ensure that any such treatment would have scientific validation to it, that it would actually deliver the amount of lethality needed to achieve food safety. This is because the term listericidal treatment is used in various contexts throughout the document. One is a primary lethality step, and then also as a secondary lethality step in, say, a packaged product, a post-lethality treatment type option. When we tried to expand the definition of ready to eat in line with the comments before break, to position the ready to eat definition beyond the scope of just listeria, but then to be applicable to other hazards, we tried to use the language from listericidal treatment in the definition around ready-to-eat food and the treatment that would define whether or not it would be considered ready to eat or not. So this is the way that we have constructed the definition on screen, but we are open to comment from the committee.
Thank you, EWG Chair. Any additional comments from the committee? India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to revise the first portion of sentence as any food raw or processed any food raw or processed which is normally eaten without the need for further validated treatment sufficient to achieve food safety, to enhance the clarity of the sentence.
Thank you, India. Kenya?
Thank you, Chair. Just to add our voice on this, usually listeriocidal treatment is actually a validated process that achieves a significant reduction or destruction of listeria. And since definitions need to be context specific, and whenever you try to make them so broad, you run the risk of not achieving what you want to say. It is our considered opinion that the original statement was much better and more context specific in the document that we are discussing. So changing it the other way around brings a different aspect and a bit of confusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. China?
Thank you, Madam Chair. China supports the revision from listeriolytical treatment to validated treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, China. New Zealand?
Thank you, Chair. We're agnostic for either way. We were happy with the original and we're happy with this. But thinking of the conversation before the break, where we talked about this definition being used for other pathogens and in other Codex text and possibly being taken back to the general principles, if this committee chose to do so, then the updated definition would be more appropriate at this stage. But again, this depends on the members' thoughts. Over.
Thank you, New Zealand. Uganda?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Uganda would like to also thank the EU, the Electronic Working Group, for taking into consideration the comments we provided, and we believe that the revised statement as it is sufficient to provide, clarity to any other ready-to-eat food, to all ready-to-eat food, regardless of which particular pathogen you're referring to. So we're happy with the revised statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uganda. So I'm going to recommend that we accept the revised statement and continue reviewing the text of this document. Thank you. So we look at paragraph 28. Seeing no flags, we will go to paragraph 29. Paragraph 30. The 4 bullets on the paragraph 30. Seeing no flags raised, we move to paragraph 31. Moving on to paragraph 32. paragraph 33. Paragraphs 34 and 35. Moving on to paragraph 36. Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our comments is related to 32, 33, and 34. I'm seeing this as part of the format that been taken from the CXC1. So it's became the objective of the primary production. And then there's a rationale in 34. Just wondering that this will be done over in every section as well, or in the, every text that we are been reviewing at the moment as well, because this is somewhat different from the other text that we've been looking at today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So thank you, Thailand, for your comment. I note that this is not new in the document. If you look at other sections, there is objectives and scope. So it is just added under this to be consistent. So it's nothing new. Thank you. The EU.
Thank you, Madam. You have on the screen the footnote 7. which is replaced by a cross-reference to wording in the general principles. This wording, known unintended use, is used once in the general principles, but not in the context of right-to-eat food. So I'm not sure if you can simply refer to this concept. I think that the original text was probably providing more information and more clear than just this cross-reference.
Thank you, EU. United States.
Thank you, Chair. In revising this document with comments that we received against the circular letter, we took the content that is struck out in footnote 7 and added that into an expanded paragraph 104. We decided here to just simply include a cross-reference to that section in the general principles. However, if this cross-reference is confusing or unnecessary, we're fine removing it.
Thank you, United States. So I'll recommend we just remove that.
It's in the definition.
Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are actually thinking that there should be some explanation for the reasonably foreseeable. So either you keep the original one or referring to the known unintended use from us CXC 1. We can go both ways, but there is a need to explain about reasonably foreseeable. Thank you.
So can we refer to paragraph 104 instead of the footnote? So Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're thinking that 104 is more likely how we're using it in the context of that paragraph, but in the definition itself, the reasonably foreseeable should be mentioned as well. So we think that it should be here. Thank you.
So Thailand, you want us to keep the original footnote, correct? So United States, EWG Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We certainly would support the inclusion of the original language. One of the reasons why we took it out as a footnote and moved it to 104 was we were hearing comments around concerns of having a lengthy footnote to a definition. So we were trying to overcome some editorial concerns in the document, but we certainly originally placed this information here, and we think it would be perhaps most clear to readers to have this information here. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Japan.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. We believe that the observation made by the EU is quite correct, and if the committee is to keep this reasonably foreseeable in the definition, we prefer to go back to the original one in the footnote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan, and the footnote is up for us to take a look at it again. Is this acceptable to the committee? EU?
Thank you, Madam. Yes, this is fine, but we would like to add some additional wording at the end of this footnote, reading and takes into account instructions for use on the label. We think that it is in line with other paragraphs like 141 and 139, where we also refer to the labeling and the information which is on the label. So perhaps you can put it on the screen. I will read it again, my proposal. So at the end of the footnote, after food, we would like to put and takes into account instructions for use on the label.
Did we capture that, EU, accurately? Australia?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Instead of use, could we put storage and preparation as an alternative just to use? Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. United States?
Thank you, Chair. One part of reasonably foreseeable use that that we wanted to make sure was part of this definition and explanation. When we look at the statement, reasonably foreseeable does not mean any conceivable use or misuse of the food, and takes into account instructions for storage and preparation on the label. One could read that sentence and say, well, the product has cooking instructions on it, so therefore it's not reasonably foreseeable use. And that this is why we didn't accept this language during our revision for CRD 6. In fact, we've seen examples of foods that have cooking instructions on them that consumers continue to use the products in a way that has led to outbreaks of listeriosis. But we also agree that the instructions on the label for storage and preparation are important when making a determination of reasonably foreseeable use. I say that for the committee to think about this statement and offer any comments so that we can be accurate in what is meant by this footnote. We're going to continue to think about it here as a EWG co-chair group.
Thank you, United States, Peru.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Regarding that note, we did make a comment, and I feel that the EWG did not take it on board. This means that we had a very specific concern. We wanted to include the various examples and how they were applicable, and I see that what we have just deleted did take that on board, and in line with what the United States has just put forward, what I would recommend is to delete the text. I feel that to a certain degree, it is a little bit further off along the lines of this specific footnote. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. So I'm going to recommend that we just put the additional text in square brackets. United States.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the EU's insertion here and wanting to talk about the language on the label, because we do agree that that is an important part of evaluating a product and considering how it's going to be used by the consumer. We agree with that. What we would propose is before the sentence, before that last sentence that starts with reasonably foreseeable does not mean any conceivable use, we would like to say instructions for storage and preparation on the product label . Can inform the frequency I'm sorry, go back to can inform the expected use of the product. And then we would propose to delete the inserted part in the last sentence. In the inserted sentence, instructions for storage and preparation on the product label. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So seeing no flags raised, I take that as concurrence, and let's continue reviewing the text. Thank you. So we'll start with primary production, paragraph 32. We'll move on to paragraph 33. Paragraphs 34 and 35. Moving on to paragraph 36. Seeing no flags, we'll move to paragraph 37. Moving on to paragraph 38. Moving on to paragraph 39. We'll move on to paragraph 40. Morocco.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc, juste une remarque.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. A general comment on para 39 and others already gone through. Morocco would like to suggest adding specific cross-references, meaning with the specific section number and not just the document as a whole, which would allow an easier access to the section considered. So this is just to help guide the reader.
United States.
Thank you, Chair. The EWG notes that the revision with the cross-references in the CRD6 they weren't built with the same structure that the alignment group presented yesterday and the committee accepted. So we will have to go through CRD6 given those recommendations for language and cross-reference within these documents and make some adjustments accordingly.
Thank you, United States. So does the committee agree that we will go back and review the text and follow the guidance provided by the alignment EWG? Thank you all. I see a lot of nodding in the room. Thank you. So moving on, we're looking at paragraph 40. Moving on to paragraph 41. Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at paragraph 41, I see the heading stating that it's handling, storage, and transport. And in the description of the paragraph 41, I do not see anything that actually speaks to transportation. In this case, it only addresses handling and storage. I think there should be a statement that actually clearly speaks to the transportation of this RTE. That's what I just feel we need to call out. Thank you.
So transport is covered in the general principles, and we're using this together with the general principles of food hygiene, where we've made reference to earlier. Thank you. So with that, we continue with paragraph 42. Seeing no flags raised, we go to paragraph 43. Continuing to paragraph 44. And the 4 bullets under that paragraph. Moving on to paragraph 45. Moving on to paragraphs 46 and 47. Paragraphs 48 and 49. Paragraph 50. Moving on to paragraph 51. Paragraph 52 and 53. Moving on to paragraph 54. Paragraph 55. Moving on to paragraph 56. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan would like to propose to add the phrase "whenever feasible and appropriate" at the end of the first sentence. This phrase is consistent with the text used in the paragraph 41st, and also taking into the feasibility of the small businesses and also the chilling injury of certain fruits and vegetables. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So is the addition at the end of the first sentence for paragraph 56? Can you just repeat what should be added, please?
Certainly, Madam Chair, we would like to propose to add "whenever feasible and appropriate."
Thank you, Japan. If that's acceptable, we will move on to paragraph 57. Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick editorial comment in the French. The French translation says aliment prêt à consommer, whereas the term être should be added and it should read aliment prêt à être consommé. Strictly editorial for the French. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. Noted. So moving on to paragraphs 57 and 58. Seeing no flags raised, we will move to paragraph 59. Paragraphs 60 and 61. Ireland.
Apologies, Madam Chair. Do I need to keep intervening when there's a 6? There's about 6 paragraphs coming up with it, or can I just take it that they're going to be changed?
Thank you, Alan. Noted, but if we don't make the change, please remind us. It's okay.
Okay, I won't feel so bad then.
Thank you. So moving on to paragraph 62. So we will look at paragraph 62, 63, and 64. Seeing no flags raised, we'll move to paragraph 65. Moving on to paragraph 66. New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. Considering equipment that one should control and monitor, cooling equipment is not the only equipment, cooling and refrigeration. In fact, to control listeria, obviously heating and cooking equipment is quite important, and other equipment for washing and etc. And so we're going to suggest the addition of a paragraph prior to 66 bis if you like, that states, in equipment used for reducing or eliminating listeria during processing, critical parameters, oh look at that, it has appeared on screen, fantastic, thank you. I'll read it out. In equipment used for reducing or eliminating listeria during processing, critical parameters should be maintained, monitored and recorded, e.g., as in, for example, cooking time and temperature, washing volume, pH and antimicrobial concentration, pressure and time, and or irradiation dose and time. Over.
Thank you, New Zealand. So New Zealand, should that be just Listeria or Listeria monocytogenes?
Sorry, that may be L monocytogenes if you wish.
Thank you, New Zealand. So if Ireland,
I keep turning my mic off. I'm just wondering, is the word antimicrobial correct there, or should it be biocidal concentration? I don't want to get it mixed up with antibiotics.
where do you want that?
Where it says, in the last line where it says antimicrobial concentration, I was suggesting we put in biocidal concentration, just in case we get confused with antibiotic use.
Is that okay? Thank you. So if the new paragraph is agreeable, we will continue with reviewing the text. So moving on to paragraph 66. Paragraph 67. paragraph 68 and 69. Moving on to paragraph 70. Paragraph 71. And the first 5 bullets under that paragraph. We continue. Yeah, the last 3 bullets in that paragraph. Moving on to paragraph 72 and 73. Paragraph 74. Seeing no flags, we go to paragraph 75. We continue to paragraph 76. Paragraph 77. Paragraph 78. Moving on to paragraph 79. Moving on to paragraph 80. India.
Just a minor intervention, ma'am. Thank you. We want to change the starting of second sentence as the cleaning and disinfection chemicals to add the necessary specificity and clarity regarding which chemicals are being referred to.
What paragraph are you referring to, India?
Paragraph 80, Madam Chair.
Yes, second sentence.
Thank you.
The second sentence.
Does that capture your intervention, India? Thank you. If the edit is acceptable to all and then no additional comments, we will move to paragraph 81. Moving on to paragraph 82. El Salvador.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to paragraph number 82, there's an issue with the translation where it say usually remain humid. There is a spelling issue. Instead of húmedos, it should be húmedos. It's a Spanish language correction that needs to be made in the spelling. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, El Salvador. Noted. Moving on to paragraph 83. India.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. In the paragraph 83, we want to rephrase the first sentence as the use of high pressure water hoses should be avoided wherever there is a possibility of formation of aerosols. Should be avoided wherever wherever there is a possibility of formation of aerosols, and those aerosols leading to contamination of RTE foods, food contact surfaces, and food packaging materials. The rationale behind this is, Madam Chair, the use of high pressure hoses may not always lead to contamination depending on how they are used, and may not always lead to contamination of food contact surfaces or foods. Thank you.
Thank you, India. So, India, is that to replace the sentence that starts with to prevent aerosols from contacting RTE foods? Okay, thank you. United States.
Thank you, Chair. The co-chairs view high-pressure hoses as always creating aerosols. We're unaware of a situation where a high-pressure hose doesn't create aerosols in a production environment. Whether that aerosol contaminates a ready-to-eat food surface or it simply moves potential contamination around, either way, we're concerned with the sentence as inserted because it infers that there are high-pressure hose use that doesn't create aerosols, and we believe that that is not correct.
Thank you, United States. Any additional comments on the edited text? The floor is open. So, if no additional comments, I'm going to recommend that we revert back to the original text and continue with the review of the document. Thank you. So we move on to paragraph 84. Paragraph 85. Paragraph 86. Moving on to paragraph 87. So we're going to go from paragraphs 88 through 93. Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. I take note that there is quite a good attempt to cross-reference the sections which are already existing in the general principles. But under the pest control and indeed like other sections, especially which we will see down, the title has got subdivisions of subtopics and then it is referring to the same document. The question is whether if we just had one referral instead of dividing it into sections if it will take away what we intend to make people know or refer. That is just a question. Thank you.
So, Kenya, one option is to add the reference to 11.2. We'll show it up on the screen. We're working on that. So, is this agreeable? Thank you, Kenya. I see positive nods in the room. So we will continue with reviewing the text. So since this approach is agreeable, we'll make the alignment throughout the text. So let's continue to paragraphs 94 and 95. We go to paragraph 96. Paragraph 97. It's a cross-reference. Paragraph 98. Paragraph 99. Peru.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. After packaging waste, or we believe that we should add at the end of the list and other contaminants or other waste among other contaminants.
So where exactly do you want us to add that, Peru?
Luego de right after packages or packaging, and other sources of contamination or other contaminants.
Interpreter believes it's para 99.
Is that it, Peru? Yes. Thank you. If no additional comments on paragraph 99, we to paragraph 100, which is a cross-reference, and continue to 101. United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we go back up to paragraph 99 for Peru's insertion? If we're to make the insertion, this is a list of contaminated surfaces. So if there is going to be an insertion, we would say among other contaminated surfaces. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. If no additional comments, let's continue with the review of paragraph 101. (102). (103) is a reference. We go to 104. (105). Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are sorry to go back to the paragraph 104. In the middle of the paragraph 104, the example of soup mix is raised. And then we believe this example is cited from the general principles of food hygiene, but we are not sure this example is appropriate in the context of listeriosis. So we will be grateful if the chairs and the co-chairs group can kindly provide some more listeria-related examples. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. United States, Chair of EWG.
Thank you, Chair. We agree this example was pulled directly from the general principles and is perhaps more appropriate for hazards other than listeria. However, we were including it as an example of the concept and how to apply the concept. If the committee wishes this to be taken out and replaced, we can provide some additional examples. You give me 1 minute to confer with my co-chairs. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So let's keep going. We'll come back to 104. So 105. (106). Moving on to 107. If no comments, we go to 108. (109) is a cross-reference, so we go to 110. (111). (112). (113). Ireland.
Guess what? Paragraph 112. I was waiting.
Thank you, Alan. I like that. So 113. Moving on to paragraph 114. (115). (116). (117). That's also a cross-reference, so we go to 118. (119). 120. (121). 122. 123. 124 and 125 are cross references, so we'll move on. Same with 126, so we go to 127. So 128, 129, and 130 are cross references, so we go to 131, which is a cross reference also, so 132. Looking at 132 and 133 together. We go to 134. We go to 135 and 136. (137) is a cross-reference, so we go to 138. Moving on to 139. EU.
Yes, thank you. We would like to propose some additional wording in 139. At the end of this paragraph, after food safety, we would like to have those instructions prominently displayed. The reason is that, as we have discussed, elderly consumers are often more vulnerable, and they should be able to pick up the instructions, which are often provided in small font. In addition, we would like to add an additional sentence there. It would be of particular interest if the food includes use specifications on the label indicating that heat treatment must be applied. It is recommended to review preparation instructions on the packaging to confirm their effectiveness.
Pour réexaminer ou relire les instructions de préparation. Instructions, voilà. Sur l'emballage. Voilà, c'est complet. Voici la recommandation supplémentaire que nous voulions suggérer. Est-ce que vous...
The problem has been fixed, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So I'll read the added text and have those instructions prominently displayed. It would be of particular interest if the food includes use specifications on the label, indicating that heat treatment must be applied. It is recommended to review preparation instructions on the packaging to confirm their effectiveness. United States.
Thank you, Chair. In the insertion suggested by the EU on the second sentence, we would rephrase that to say it would be of particular interest if the food was, if the label clearly indicates that cooking must be applied. And this is important, no, I'm just talking, not for the, this is an important distinction between labels that refer to heating versus cooking and the consumer's perception of what level of heat treatment is necessary for food safety on the product. Thank you.
So EU, we're just editing to ensure that it's grammatically correct and aligns with the first sentence. United States.
I'm sorry, I still had my flag up. I didn't put it down. Sorry.
Thank you, United States. New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to suggest that we can shorten that somewhat and say, as it's written there at the moment, and should prominently display such preparation instructions, comma, especially if the product must be cooked. We would then suggest deleting down to the bit that's is recommended. We would then say it is recommended that such instructions be validated as effective. Be validate, or actually just validated, that's fine.
Any other comments on that paragraph? Seeing no flags, we move to paragraph 140. Moving on to paragraph 141. And the first three bullets. Moving on. To the next four bullets, that paragraph. Moving on. Then to the last 5 bullets of that paragraph. Seeing no flags, we move to paragraph 142. (143). And the bullets under that paragraph. Paragraph 144. (145) and 146 are cross-references, so we go to 147 and 148. (149) is a cross-reference, so we go to paragraph 150. Seeing no flags, we go to 151 and 152, 153 and 154 are all cross-references. So, yeah, the remainder of the text are cross-references. And we'll apply the same approach as earlier indicated. So we'll go back to 104, United States. Are you ready with the example? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the sentence in the middle of the paragraph that currently reads, for example, soup mixes intended to be mixed, and so on, We're proposing to replace that with, for example, listeriosis outbreaks have been associated with the consumption of frozen peas or enoki mushrooms, which were intended to be cooked but were consumed without a heat treatment. And then delete the rest of that sentence that speaks to soup mixes. The next sentence that starts with additionally, can we replace that to read, another example are other frozen foods that are intended to be cooked but are widely known to be consumed without cooking. And then delete the sentence that starts with additionally. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So Japan, is paragraph 104 acceptable?
Yes, Madam Chair. We appreciate the revision proposed by the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. So we'll proceed to Annex 1. So we'll go to paragraphs 1 and 2. Seeing no flags, we go to paragraph 3. We do 3 and 4. New Zealand.
Apologies, Madam Chair. Can we go up to the title for this annex, please? We note that there has been a change from primary production and processing areas, which is the order that you would normally move through the food chain, if you like, to processing areas and primary production, which is about face. We understand why that change was made, but we've talked it over and we believe that we should move back to the original by putting primary production and processing areas. Over.
Thank you, New Zealand. If no objections, we will continue with reviewing the text. So we had paragraphs 1 and 2 up, so we're moving now to 3 and 4. Australia.
Thank you. We agree with that change. We'd also note that in paragraph 108, processing and primary production is used rather than primary production and processing for consistency. So it's paragraph 108. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. FAO.
Can you confirm that the abbreviation EMP is defined?
Thank you, FAO. We will add environmental monitoring programs in first use and then continue with the acronym. So since we're close to time, we will just round up with paragraphs 3 and 4 for today. So thank you, everyone. Just to let you know that the CRDs for the Campylobacter and Salmonella Physical Working Group report, the English version is online and the French and Spanish will be published later today. So please make some time to look at it before we come tomorrow. Thank you so much for the great work of today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow energized again. Thank you.
That concludes the programming for today. Enjoy your evening. Ceci marque la fin des travaux pour aujourd'hui. Nous vous souhaitons une excellente soirée. Con esto concluye el programa de hoy. Disfruten de la noche.